give me 1 second. I am eating a couple bites of brekkie. Yes, I know, unusual for me. My stomach's upset today. Give you Pokemon 316 to eat. Fuck you. See, this isn't YouTube. I can start my broadcast by cursing you out. Hello. Hi. Howdy. Breakfast is saltine crackers. If you cared. But how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I just remembered right before I went live that a lot of people have the day off today. So, cool. Good for you. Hope you enjoy it. Um, Lenny, Rune, Twist, Dex, Reckless Monster. Anyone else who's here? The ball as well. That was great. A little upsetting tummy today, but nothing some crackers and coffee and video gaming. Being a video gamer. Can't fix. So, today, Barrage Challenge run. But like way more restrictions than the Feral Surge run. We're still gonna count every time I use Barrage. We're still gonna have the timer. But it's gonna be on Chaos 50. I have no melee weapon. I have no spell. Once again. I do have a gun just so I can reload for the Barrage enchant. Sorry, the sentence was funny. It is funny. It sounds fun. How you doing? Oh, good. My ISP's already doing the thing. Love to see it. Love to see it. It's just been actually horrible the last few days. Like I was watching a bunch of shows and movies and stuff last night. It was even giving me trouble then, which is out of the ordinary. Special flavor of awful. What did I watch yesterday? Oh, I watched Glass Onion. Great fucking movie. I know exactly why the people who dunk on it, and it's such a self-report. It's like the definition of thin-skinned projection. Good movie. Highly recommend. Also watched The Last of Us episode 1, which I'm sure if you were on social media at all last night, you saw everyone gushing about it. But I'm here to tell you that the hype is not unwarranted. Uh, Unironically, I think what they've adapted so far in that episode was like better than the game, which is crazy. Okay. So, let's do the thing. Morning, it's Kato. How you doing? We can afford HBO Max, we'd watch it. The price is also going up, which is crazy. They cut so much content, but they're still increasing the price. Wild. Okay, let's see. There we go. That works. Finally beat Radon and Eldring, so I'm happy. Let's go. Timer will start once I gain control, as per usual.
Okay. Valentine, you've just drawn your own face over the character sheet?
It said draw your hero, and I'm my own hero.
Got a barrage count, let's go.
And Fret, it says your starter sword does murder 1,000 damage?
Actually, I think I'll show you guys what I'm using first before I start the timer. I'm gonna stand in place, show you what I got, and then explain the rule sets, and then we'll go. I'm loving these challenge runs. I'm really glad, Twist. I've been enjoying doing them a lot. It's been really refreshing.
I advise that you better be a badass. We're here to slay evil and get gold.
I know you see me as a role.
You know, wait a while until I watch The Last of Us. I haven't played the game. I already know the story. Not afraid of spoilers.
Alright, one last thing.
That's fair enough.
Badasses is a role-playing game, baby. That means you do not break character voice. Kapiski? Break me off a piece of that.
The universe is a garden of arcane mysteries. I will break open its fruit and drink of its knowledge.
Tasty. Now, prepare to enter a world of fantasy.
I don't see any.
Watched his Dark Materials. Season 3 has been good so far. That was final season. Is that another one of the many things that got canceled? Many shows that got canceled in 2022? Kind of got lost in the shuffle. Okay, so we've got this level 1 push pin with the enchant that gives a heal over time and companion crit chance for our companions. So it doesn't heal us, it just keeps our mushroom alive. No melee weapon, no spell. Got a protagonizer, as with the other run. Ability, crit damage, gun damage, Shark's Manes for our barrage damage. We've got a body rune with the barrage enchant. And a smart armor. I chose smart armor here because it will force me to aim. I'm gonna have to hit actual crit spots if I want consistent damage. So, pain. And another part of what makes this hard is this is a 40 skill point run on only Spore Warden. So we have no second class at all. You can see it's not spec. We have chosen not to spend these 4 points, even though they're exactly 4 points I could spend in this tree. Play the Angles would give my gun some actual damage in multi-target, so like we don't want that. We don't want to risk killing something with our gun, even though it's level 1 on Chaos 50. And Quiver Holding would be detrimental because it would interfere with my reloading occasionally. But every other point in the Spore Warden tree is taken, even though I will never benefit from Call to Shot, and then a bunch of the other stuff is minimal. Hero points, we have max crit damage, max attunement. Remainder are in a split between... did I end up putting any in Dexterity? No, I didn't, because Smart Armor. The remainder in Constitution, right. Makes sense that it's ending, because Season 3 has been based on the final book, so it's a complete start. Oh, okay, that's good. Alright, let's start.
You journeyed far to be here, heeding the call of the Queen herself.
The Queen herself! What could she want of us?
She fears
Treacherous bridge!
you recognize one of the Queen's waystones. It seems to call to you. The Queen's magic enters you. A fallen tree bars your path. What you gonna do about it, huh?
We are on Chaos 50. Yesterday's run was at Chaos 1. This is Chaos 50.
And weirdly, it only grows in this one valley.
Oh, what's that, darling? You thirst for battle? Well, let's get you a drink.
Though the magical hoofprints continue through the cave, the rocky ceiling dips low to the ground.
A true fate maker knows when to stand tall and when to crouch.
Yeah, work them sweet loops. And if you get a running start and crouch, you'll slide around like a cool action hero.
Hi Pericles, how you doing?
No pity for them.
Hope buddy go fast.
They
Nice,
were
Dex.
already lost. A fallen shrine. It sings to me.
That's right. The queen has ruled the Wonderland since I was but a humble player.
I wonder which voice
She has foreseen
is
your
the
woe
fastest in this
and
game.
left a
Like, the voice lines
powerful
definitely aren't all the same length, right?
of a fate maker.
Unless the game allots the same amount of time for the line to be spoken.
It's practically ancient. But it shall deal death all the same.
Good luck, thank you.
Wait, there's.
So I see how this goes. So far, you do crabs.
Venus, Fanny!
Yeah, those enemies are balanced to be, like, you don't even need weapons at all to kill them. Like, you can kill them with punches. I punched a lot of the C1 run.
By a quiet little village nestled in the bodacious bosom of the valley.
Is the goal finish the game? Yes. We've got a timer, so we're trying to finish as fast as possible.
Go break some bones, fate maker.
But yeah, we're using Barrage as our only source of damage dealing. So the Barrage thing is going to increment even if I hit the button and it doesn't do it. So there's a bunch of extra that just went there because I was smashing the button. I need to remember not to do that. I won't mess with that count, but
Ooh, you found a ward. That's like a magical shield above your health. Pretty sweet.
I gotta remember to do this.
Rock slide bars your way to the village.
We're ruined! All is lost!
Very heroic.
This shouldn't do any meaningful damage, so I can just shoot that at enemies. It's fine.
Sorry.
Guns just for the enchant? Yes, it's just so I can reload.
Not explosives.
That's the only reason. It also means that I don't need to like do the inventory shuffle that I did last run, where when it came to like launching yourself from catapults, you need some sort of ranged thing. Now I have Barrage, but like also having the gun is nice because that's not constrained by cooldown.
I'll make this quick.
Whereas on the last run, I had to equip a gun momentarily because Barrel Surge couldn't reach while keeping me in the spot I needed to be.
Like dark hand.
Forgot Barrage cooldown stupid long for some reason. Yeah, it's really bad. And you can see Barrage's damage is already a concern if you don't crit. The first badass of the game, the literal first one in the game,
Might as well
took 3 Barrages.
an ass.
This is why we didn't do this on C100.
Thank you for saving my peasant.
For reference, that enemy got one shot by Pharaoh Surge on the C1 run.
Require no payment. I seek to prevent the Dragon Lord's return. Your fate maker.
I'd be annoyed if this kills me. I'm annoyed. That's why we have the mushroom.
The tomb is inside a crypt. Perfect hiding place.
The ruins of Castle Harrowfast are just out yonder. Which is fancy, you say. It's over there.
Oh no.
I sense the Dragon Lord's presence. His tomb is somewhere beneath these ruins.
Yeah, gotta aim for crits.
Fellow skeletons.
That's why we did the smart armor.
Lost is a crumbly-tumbly-
Smart armor is not here to make us stronger, it's here to make us weaker.
No one living, anyway.
So, skeletons.
Oh, yes, boy. You're the one. When you got more than one gun, you can switch between them. Keeps combat spicy, like jambalaya.
So, Tina, maybe after this
Ooh,
quest,
I could go for some jambalaya. That sounds good.
I've been working on a campaign. It's got orcs and kissing.
Harrowfast's throne hall lies barren, hella decrepit. The last of the Harrow bloodline sits in her ancient throne, her bones clutching a dusty spellbook as though awaiting a destiny that never came.
Well, this place is super grim. I love it. Grab that spell book.
As with before, I'll be dropping any mandatory progression items. I could just keep it equipped and not use it, but I prefer it this way.
Smash time.
Smart armor, mosquito, interesting. So, like I said, the smart armor is here to make us weaker, not stronger.
The waystone glows. You feel its magic within your chest.
Mosquito would just be, hey, if you crit, here's a dead enemy. Smart armor is, hey, if you crit, here's more damage, but you have to manually crit, because this is going to tank your crit chance. So smart armor invites a trade, and still, even when it goes in my favor, doesn't trivialize the run. Mosquito would trivialize this, because it would just, the run would end up being, hey, did you get a mosquito trigger? Ah, yeah, Rivula's a tanky boy. Yeah, that, again, for reference, yesterday's run, we literally one-shot Rivula. Smart armor balance? More like smart armor generally not worth, because it is more detriment than benefit. But that makes it perfect for this run. Explain your character's fashion design. Who are you wearing? I'm wearing Shrek Chic. No, it's like if Chic dressed up as Shrek.
You're stronger than the ones she said before. I wonder. We'll meet again, Fate Maker. But for now, I have to go pay an old shiny friend a visit. See you around the neighborhood.
Damn it, he got away.
I do this every time.
Track him down. I want
I always forget this. I'm like, hey, I can run. I can't.
With a heart full of fire and dreams of dragons and magic, it will end only one way, with the ultimate defeat of all evil.
Despite your heroic efforts.
You know, it's funny. Only recently did I realize that that one scroll, like, that the Dragon Lord in that monologue after you beat Nightmare, has a direct callback to it. Only recently did I put that together. Turned out to be quite a challenge? Yeah. Stuff I expect will be annoying. A Banshee. Wastard might actually be a challenge.
Uh-oh, the road to Brighthoof is blocked. A battle jumps out at you. Random encounter. Ha!
Yeah, Wastard might actually exist for longer than a couple seconds in this run. I gotta not mash the action skill button out of panic, because then it distorts the counter. Oh, and yeah, because my gun's level 1 and I'm not allowing myself other means of dealing damage, I can't even do anything while I'm down. Like, I allowed myself to punch in the Feral Surge run. I don't think I'm gonna do that this one. I'll do for that, I guess. I'll punch. But... both getting old as hell, my boy. We sure are, Will. Thank you for the 28 months, which is about to be how old I am.
Put shortcuts around the open road to get around. All
She's
you
just
gotta
a
do
girl
is
and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
There's all sorts of
We
goodies
both
in
getting old
dungeons,
as hell, my
but
boy.
you can punch. Oh, man.
Thank you so much, Will. I appreciate it. Hope things have been treating you well. I can't speak properly. Ugh. 20 in July? I'm so fucking old, man. This is crazy. That's crazy to me. Wild. Ugh.
Newbie, don't worry, those jerks at the table can't hear me. It's just us down here. Hey, I know I'm the villain, but I
You guys don't understand. Before I started with the whole Twitch thing. The group of people I would game with on console. Will was like the young one, right? So that's just so fucking weird to me. It's like having a younger sibling who's just old. What does that say about you? Crazy. 20 being old. It's not, it's a relative thing. No. Hey Puffy, how you doing? 32 feels bad, man. I'm sure you wear it well, Thumb. No doubt in my mind. See, you don't necessarily automatically qualify as old, even if your age is higher. Because I have enough grumpy old man energy. And that's why I'm old, not my age. The young one in all my friend groups, all my friends are older. Never consider 28 old. I'm ancient by streamer standards. Any survivability underbuild? Body rune. That's it. That is actually it. Body rune and pet revive. That's all we got.
Do all of your diamond guards share your eloquence? Do I bloody look like I've got
I'm ancient by rune standards. You know, I'm gonna let you have that one.
They came out of nowhere. This is the dark work of the Dragon Lord. I have seen it with my own third eye.
The Dragon Lord? Bollocks, we'll have to deal with him later. Right now, we have to break this siege. The undead have catapulted.
Oh man, most of the streamers out there who are big or 26, 35 or older. That's true. You have like a core of streamers who tend to be like the bigger ones tend to be in their late 20s to like mid 40s, honestly. But the thing is, that's not like the average. Like, remember, I am in the top 1% of the platform, and I'm not big. So they're in, like, the top 1% of the top 1% of the top 1%. When I grow up, I want to be a streamer. But you're my favorite streamer.
After a few centuries, you get that conquering itch again, you know?
Skellymen appear as you near the catapult.
See, Stone Swan is such a streamer that if you tell him to go live while he's live, he'll click the start streaming button. Even if he's already live. That's how committed to the craft he is. Yeah, I have no survivability. This is gonna take a while. It's all about mental age. CK6 is like 25 because he's always laughing at dick jokes and stuff. Exactly. K6 has got that youthful energy. This is gonna take a while. There's when he has a BRB still going after he BRBs. I feel like we've all done that. See, Rune's done that. I know Cheese has done that. Only reason I haven't is because I have a separate scene for it. No, I have done it though. I have done it though. So like, it's even worse. I remembered the time that I did it. Yeah, so if we have Body Rune up and we actually crit, there's the damage, but we need both of those conditions to be met. Imagine being muted. I had to check after you said that, Rune. Yeah, I just meant for what people watch regularly. I don't see people can look up to these streamers or those ages and think, oh, 28's old. Somehow it's this weird thing that happens. I don't... Like, in 2020 and 2021, when Twitch was really blowing up because of early pandemic stuff, there was a bunch of articles put out on how, like, the average ages of the streaming industry, and it made me feel a certain kind of way. As you can see, I have no means of healing other than Body Rune. My health just does not come back. Hey Swin, how you doing?
Some smelling salts would have also worked.
Like, taking extra hits from one enemy that I didn't necessarily need to take hits from can really affect me later. Especially because Body Rune has ass recharge. Not like Borderlands 3 ass recharge. I mean, like, its recharge rate is butt cheeks. It's how long a badass takes if you can't crit it. Hey Shots, how are you? Hey, a sword explosion. Imagine getting a sword explosion from this chest, just like on a new game run.
Whoop, you're stranded. Here's a nice bridge for you.
I've been waiting for that bridge to pop up. Bloody infrastructure edict.
Quagga, indeed. Hey, Dagacha, how are you?
Showed those boneheads what for. One of the Queen's Waystones. No way. I've never actually seen one of these before.
Managed to get to OP8, so now I've just got the last two to go. Hoping I get lucky with the spawns. Farming to B right now. Very nice. Wish you luck in the home stretch.
Alright. I'm bloody impressed. Only heard about those in stories. The Queen's magic has unlocked more of your power as a fate maker.
No, it hasn't.
The Dragon Lord's armies don't stand a chance.
I suppose on future runs I can also lock my class feat so that I don't have it until I do that.
I try to smash this through the gate.
Oh, that damn thing knocked the gate down.
Yeah, 560k if all the hits go into the crit spot.
Stand tall, soldiers. We have a fate maker in our midst. Right hoops shall not fall this day.
What a filthy display! Arrow storm!
But if they don't, then it's yeah.
There has got to be a more pleasant way to slaughter my foes. This might
Did I forgot to ping the Discord? I feel like I might have. I'll do that during the next
I've seen where you're headed.
section of waiting.
Don't envy you.
I only thought of that because my phone vibrated, and usually that's a Discord notification. That probably wouldn't be happening while I'm streaming, so it was like something else. You did indeed, you did not. Which is it? I know what you guys mean.
The tide of skellimans and trolls wanes. You've held off the assault.
Forces
Do you
of
really? No.
I abjure thee!
Watch it, Fate Maker. You haven't even seen me try.
Over here, Fate Maker. Honestly, I didn't quite believe it. That you fight like something out of a legend. Oh, you
I'm just trolling you.
Fate Maker. Come on, we've stopped their ground assault, but there's some undead that made it into the city.
Better hurry if you're gonna stop me and save the world. I can only drag my feet destroying Brighthoof for so long.
Bloody gates are closed. Give me a moment, I'll get us in. Oi! Lord Sky! Open up the gate!
Speak the password?
Passwords open the bloody gate before I shove leaves down your throat, stick a handle on your ass, and turn you into my own personal bloody teapot!
Oh yeah, Stadia is shutting down in a couple days. It's wild.
Come on, but get ready. It's gonna be a right mess in there.
As you enter Brighthoof, you witness total carnage. Homes are on fire. Skellimans are eating people's feet. It's soups to fresh.
This is soups to fresh. Come on, we have to clear the city. We'll make our stand in the main square.
Yes, yes. Push on, my armies of unyielding darkness. Once I take this city, the whole world will fall into my hands.
Ouch. Yeah, that's a lot of incoming damage. Where's my mushroom? There it is. Soon Zan's line, look at the Stadia will be outdated. So true, bestie.
Mentor figures I can kill. I'm all ears.
Spare no pity for them. They were already. At last, another voice to the choir of fight.
Yeah, we one-shot that badass by barrel stuffing and hitting all the crits. So, good aim rewards me here.
Drawbridge to the inner walls has been raised. You're stuck on this side. What do you do?
I think it's obvious. We seduce the drawbridge.
Why, hello there. I couldn't help but notice your reinforced beams from across the moat.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna make you roll for that. The drawbridge.
Sheesh.
It digs your flavor, baby.
Works every time.
Come on! Main square is this way!
The skeleton who brings me the Queen's diamond head gets one of those novelty turkey drumsticks. Even if you can't eat it, they'll club a human like a fence post.
Quiver burst!
Oof. So there's gonna be a lot of attempted barrages with this run. Maybe I should change the counter to attempted barrages. And just for reference, it took us 479 feral surges for the entire playthrough for the last run. We haven't even unlocked Brighthoof yet, and we're over 200 for Barrage.
Storm!
As the last lifeless skellyman clatters
You're also Chaos 1, this is rigged. It would still take fewer
done it. The
on Chaos 50.
For the queen!
It feels so good to be a
Like, for a long time, I've talked about why I believe Barrage to be
playing by the rules.
one of the worst action skills in this game.
The Fate Maker wields great
And it's a shame, because it's so stylish.
It feels like
But
something
it's just,
lost long
it's
ago
bad.
is found again.
It is a bad skill.
Bloody brilliantly done. Over here, Fate Maker.
And again, I know that I've put more restrictions on myself this run. Like, I do not have a supporting skill tree, for example.
The hero of Bright.
And yes, much higher chaos level, but
Now, about this
even when I'm one-shotting enemies, it's less efficient.
Queen will be eager to meet
That's how you can tell.
Fate Maker in person. The castle gates are right over there.
The queen herself. Oh, I can
Someone who's the bow must pick person who makes me sad. It is sad. Barrage is like the biggest thing I was hype about before launch in terms of action skills and stuff.
Her magnificence. It just washes over you, man.
Yes, I feel it. It's fizzy.
You spilled your soda.
Yes, I did, and it was in honor of the queen.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll tell him. Yeah, okay. So
Like, I think the only action skill I would truly consider worse than Barrage is Cleansing Flames.
pushed back the Dragon Lord's attack. His downfall can only be brought about by one thing. You must go.
It's kind of like the Grav Snare and Downfall situation. Competing for most shit.
Although, thank you, Valentine, for paying attention to the exposition.
The Sword of Souls is the coolest weapon in the whole game. Are we really getting that?
I mean, if you complete the
Archimedes.
I'll murder this whole quest and everyone in it.
Barrage only sounds both fun and torturous. It is unless we have to reload enchant, as of this morning. Doing okay. Doing okay. Sus. I said what I said. I maintain that in terms of personal enjoyment, I would certainly rather use Downfall because it looks cool and is indeed capable of killing things.
Would
But
you say we're being bestowed?
doesn't change how it stacks up compared to everything else in that game. I mean, unless you can prove that it's better than Deliverance, if you can prove that it's better than Deliverance, I will retract. That is the only one I would put, like, in the same area as Grav Snare and Downfall.
The evil souls rose from their graves. Hey, you little cutie idiots.
You seem nice.
You're here for the Sword of Souls, aren't you? They put
There, Ninja, how you doing?
possessive, but the joke's on them. I'm gonna get to the sword.
Clearly better than Grav Snare is all I care about.
Dragon Lord's gonna make me his right-hand lady.
Hey, she's just trying to make
I still don't know
shoot her in the face.
if I can sign off on it being objectively better than Grav Snare. Which makes me really uncomfortable. Like, subjectively, I would certainly rather use Downfall. But if I try to put my own biases aside, and my own, you know, saltiness over everything black purple, I don't know. Because, like, if you were to go all in on Purple Tree for whatever reason, likely self-hatred,
She said about me, not that bad. Nice try.
the
She can't rap on turkey.
the enemy conversion augment for Grav Snare is actually, like,
No, wait,
good.
there was that one other guy.
And Grav Snare doesn't fail at doing damage because it doesn't try to do damage. It's also less of a time commitment than Downfall. So, like, that leaves you more time to use things that aren't shit, whereas Downfall monopolizes your time. So those are the reasons I kind of hesitate. Thought I could jump that attack. I could not. Cat. Cat. Thank you. Lord Fly, I hate you. Professor is just disappointing. Yeah. Uh-oh. See, the mushroom is basically immortal, because we have that healing for it. And also one of the things Spore Warden class power gives is more mushroom HP. So we made the mushroom almost as tanky as it can possibly be. The only things we don't have for it are, you know, like an armor further boosting the points in Kindred. Whatever, Kindred Heart. What's the name of that skill? Kindred Heart, yeah. We don't have companion HP rolls on rings. And we're not using, like, a fortifying sigil. But other than that, basically as tanky as it's gonna be.
Sounds evil, but
And a different final build is, this is a geared run. So, the final build will be exactly what I'm doing right now.
I knew you weren't completely boring. I'm still gonna give you the sword. Let's go get to know each other.
Die before I consider my beloved worse than our behated. And I won't let logic into this, that's fair. It's good enough for me. So yeah, with the revelation that this is a geared run, that kind of lets you know the gravity of how difficult some of the later game stuff is going to be, or more accurately, how annoying some of the later game stuff is going to be, because we don't get stronger than this. So, you know, requiring multiple activations of our action skill to kill a crab in Weak Wild Dankness, or not Weak Wild Dankness, Shattergrave Barrow, is like, this is still the peak of our power. No, I can't. Cat. Just gonna run past them. Early game. You and I played this map. Hey, Chris. Yeah, so this action skill sucks.
The Royal Majesty says you will need to find the Tome of Fate.
And I have absolutely zero sustain in terms of like healing. I get a chunk back if I kill. That's it.
You have learned well, my apprentice. It seems I am not alone down here. Show yourself.
Your voice echoes through the ghastly ruins. No! There is no answer.
Is this how I die? From a fart?
As the mimic dies, it belches out the goofy. You're gonna have to read it aloud on
Is there a way to fix sniper ADS sensitivity? I played a little yesterday. It still feels almost impossible. Aim and scope and sensitivity is utterly insane, even though general ADS sensitivity is set pretty low. I don't really experience that problem. Stupid question, but have you tweaked your settings? Because that problem used to be a lot worse, and they addressed it in an update, and I've not had the issue since, personally.
Fate does not divide us. Fate brings us together.
Ooh, I like that. Fate brings us together. That's going on my vision board.
In terms of gear, do we have stat stick? It's just the charge proc machine. It's just for the procs. This is a level 1 blue pistol. Even if I shoot things with it, it's not really doing damage. Let's see, 151 damage. It's just so I have the ability to reload to get my charges back, because Barrage's cooldown sucks ass.
Barrel was filled with decay. Dead gross stuff. It's full of nasty evil smells, and it's so gross.
You're good. What a shame you and your stupid queen are gonna die once the deal gets the sword. Excuse me while I slip into something more catastrophic.
It's so hard to see the crit spot through the fart cloud. Okay, that's a brand new sentence.
As the hulking body of the Zomboss collapses,
Oh, imagine getting an inflammation in a playthrough here. That'd be so crazy.
you have impressed Her Royal Hotness with your courage and total badassery. She will now grant you entrance to the sacred that holds.
Sniper still feel way off. Yeah, that doesn't match my experience, but I don't know. Like, the issue used to be that the ADS sensitivity was way too low. So, like, they fixed that. Like, you couldn't really turn at all while ADS,
That sword. You can't even use it right.
and they fixed that.
Be charged with soul energy. And that only comes from your precious queen and the souls of living things.
I can think of at least one soul nearby that needs absorbing.
What? Not like that! No!
Reload enchant angers me because they know they messed up a cooldown, purposely locked the skill from damage just because they want to get faster cooldown. It's one of the many design flaws with Barrage. Like, they just gave it an arbitrarily long cooldown,
A town portal opens up.
and then the band-aid for it not only requires a certain kind of weapon, aka not Skullduggers, unless that Skulldugger is named Rogue Imp, you can't really reload them in any reasonable amount of time, so it locks out an entire manufacturer. And it eats your ward enchant, which is very valuable slot-wise for,
She says you'll need to bring the sword to the fountain.
increasing your damage.
Lane.
And since Barrage needs the damage,
Double entendre.
you have to choose between making it able to kill things or being able to use it. It's just a weird design choice.
Soul energy swirls through it and out.
Hour late, we've already had 280 plus activations. Nunu, this action skill is so bad.
All the fires are extinguished. The houses get put back.
Kinda hard to not oversteer naming down sites. I feel like there's gotta be some settings to adjust that.
Thanks. I love me too.
Bud Stallion says to, look over here. She's gonna do something special for you.
Oh, what a nice ode to the dissolving
I stay the fuck away from Barrage.
currently haunting.
Brilliant work, Fate Maker. The city is safe,
I think we will
prosperous, and skeleton-free.
pass our total playthrough activations of Feral Surge by the time we get to Banshee.
Start by visiting the blacksmiths.
Who is that?
Fine with all other weapon classes, just the snipers are having issues. I don't know.
They told
I mean, if it helps, you don't need to,
right.
like, do this that much in snipers.
Never met a Fate Maker.
But,
Need some better gear.
obviously, that's
Now I can't offer you any weapons or
a
armor.
workaround.
On account of my exclusivity contract with the crown. It's to keep the vending machine stocked. I'm a proud part of the military pre-industrial complex, you see. But
Tummy
I have
distress.
expansions in
Ugh.
carrying capacity.
Single target, low damage, high cooldown, no debuffs. What exactly does Barrage do? Um, it is an action skill that also scales with gun damage, which is not something that we've had very often at all. Off the top of my head, like, very indirectly, certain gun damage boosts in Moses' tree also applied to one of Iron Bear's arms. Like, that's such a weird, indirect thing that I don't think it's relevant. Yeah, it's a gun damage action skill, which in theory should be good, but it's non-elemental, it's got terrible base damage.
Well, actually, banish
It's not splash.
spell that, you know what? For your simple mind, we'll say yes.
Well, thanks for nothing.
Not even gun damage, it's a separate hidden stat on Moses. Yeah, exactly.
Down Virgin Shirley temples like it was the end of the world. I'm only joshing ya, Fate Maker. You did us a mighty fine favor. Now out of thanks
Skills that give gun damage boosting thing, but not with the gun damage.
Here's a magical quick change kiosk. If you need to change
Morning, Roddy.
anything fundamental about your entire being. It's
Oh, debuffs under one skill makes enemies vulnerable and take action skill damage. Yes, Wrath of Nature, but that applies to anything that deals ability damage. So it's not an inherent thing for Barrage. Like, simply being a Spore Ward and having that skill and using anything that does ability damage does it. So, it's not a win for Barrage if everything else does that better.
Some of them hang out here in the soda tavern. Some put up posters around the city. It's been so busy, and I've been pulling non-alcoholic
Does it scale with gun damage?
on my own today.
Gun card or gun boost? Gun boost.
Listen to me, lip flapping while you could be off adventuring. Have a busy day.
Fate Maker! Got a little surprise for you. The Queen is so impressed that she wants to knight you! Ha! Bloody congrats! Come meet us in the main square.
Don't remind me that stat sometimes applies to left arm and sometimes both.
Can't believe it. The Queen is dead!
But Stallion! No! Tina, what the
But it doesn't it doesn't make sense that Desperate Measures isn't left arm, but Phalanx Doctrine and Drowning in Brass are.
journey is always.
Doesn't make sense. I mean, despite them being in the same tree,
I'm in control now.
two of them being on the same class mod. It doesn't make sense.
Fate Maker.
Okay, fine. We'll completely change how Desperate Measures calculates for Iron Bear, except for that bit.
Broken.
Brass is also both amazing.
One truth remains standing amidst the wreckage. The forces of evil must be stopped.
Okay, so, a great big booming sound rings out.
Ray hells! What now? It's coming from beyond the docks! Come on, Fate Maker! I fear your work is not done yet.
She left me with all her glittering heart. I miss her so much.
No. The pyramid has awoken.
All three used to be one, then they applied fixes.
More specific.
The Dragon Lord's dark citadel across the ocean. Now that he has the sword, he'll be able to take the soul energy of every living thing in the Wonderlands. Without the Queen, our fates are sealed.
Hey, ask him if we're still getting knighted.
Fred, we're in mourning.
You are in mourning. I'm getting that sir in front of my name.
Now, I do plan to wail and tear my clothes in grief. But is there any chance I'm still getting knighted, or...
Only our Queen had the power to bestow a knighthood. But you do deserve an honor for what you've done, and what must come next. Kneel, Fate Maker. Or just crouch if your knees hurt.
They always do.
Regent Defender of Brighthoof, I name thee Squire of the Realm.
Squire? Man, that's some dragon dookie.
quest is none other than to save the Wonderlands itself. Journey to the pyramid, take back the Sword of Souls, and avenge our queen. You'll need a vessel. Speak with the dockmaster. Whatever resources we have are at your command, Fatemaker.
Swamp witches aren't so bad when you get... Ha! Ahoy to you, Squire of the Realm!
Salutations. We have need of...
What's the flag weirdness of skills on a class mod? It's a 2 things proc pool. There's a bunch of different weirdness things there, but yeah, 2 things proc pool. Basically, if you have 2 thing on a class mod but not in your tree, when you equip it, the first proc you would have gotten is nullified, but then it works normally. So it lets you seed it in a weird way. But other flag skilled class mod weirdness is, this isn't a thing exclusive to flag, but there's a lot of class mods that just have weird skill distributions. Like you can't get 5 in any one skill in a Peregrine. Things like that.
What? But we're so close to taking off. I don't want to deal with sea curses.
That's just how it works, man. Gotta follow the rules or get cursed
I
round.
wonder if that applies to Moses' predetermined stuff. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard of anyone testing that with means of destruction. It should be just like exactly the same. I also don't know if that applies to Leave No Trace. Ocean acting all smug, someone really ought to do something about that. I got you. Cast mode doesn't do the extra levels thing that Mayhem mode OP levels do, right? Right. But, there's still endgame gear. Scaling is not the right word, but Chaos levels 1 through 19, you can get Chaotic gear as your highest roll. It's plus 2 character levels worth of stats on any gear. 20 through 34, Volatile is added to the pool, that's 4 character levels worth of stats. 35 through 49, Primordial is added, that's 6 levels worth of stats. And then 50, Ascended is added, and that's 8 character levels worth of stats. Now, the higher you go in Chaos levels, the more of the lower tiers get phased out. So, for example, at 50, you stop getting any gear that doesn't have Chaos tiers at all. So the minimum gear level that drops at Chaos 50 is level 42 gear. And then, by the time you get to 75, the only stuff that drops is Primordial and Ascended, which is level 46 and 48 gear. See, Flag Bad, the guy the other day was right. That was still such a wild interaction. Like, it was a really good textbook example of when people confuse this thing is bad with I don't like this thing. Or I don't know how to use this thing. Unironic flak bad in 2023. Crazy. What was this Flak Clairvoyance? Someone was claiming they couldn't survive on Flak at all, and I pointed out that That's just due to not making use of the tools Black has in the kit for survivability, and they were very adamant that they were doing that. And it was like, if you were, you wouldn't be dying. So they got very, they were very upset at that, and it devolved quickly. Vault Hunters, only Vault Hunter doesn't consider bad are Roland, Wilhelm, and Amara. It's just lack of direction. Doesn't mean they can't do crazy things. I wouldn't consider any of them to have lack of direction at all. Wilhelm's actually pretty cohesive. And Amara is throw out half of Green Tree, very cohesive. In fact, we were having a discussion the other day about how Amara's Purple Tree is just incredibly well designed. To a point where it just kind of took a few years to sink in how well designed it was, but Amara's Purple Tree is fantastic. And it ties in very well with each of her existing trees, which acts as a nice glue to hold them all together. Roland I can't really comment on. I don't have that much experience with Roland, and I don't have much memory of what he even has going on. But I hesitate to call Vault Hunter bad outright. Wilhelm mostly has horrible scaling a lot of his fancy features. Yet Wilhelm still has the most beloved pet gameplay pre-Digiclone and Auto Bear in the franchise. So, like, it's like how Mose has one skill in Purple Tree that literally does not function, does not do anything whatsoever. Does that mean Mose is bad? I don't think so.
Okay, we unlocked the cheese curl.
As you put the key into the lock, the powerful ancient meteor begins to rise from the ground. Woo! Returning to the heavens from whence it came.
Well, I'm still the best pet class IMO, just didn't scale like Nisha, Athena, or Timothy, which is kind of like, if you look at BL3, you bring up Amara. Amara, by most metrics, Amara does not perform to the level other Vault Hunters do, but she's still crazy. Like, again, if you put all the Vault Hunters on a graph together, she's still up there with the other BL3 ones. And in terms of previous games that hang out in that area of power, previous game Vault Hunters that hang out in that area of power, it's like just a theoretical multi-Bloodsplosion calced Krieg, peak Salvador while abusing every glitch you have available to you, Aurelia on certain one-shots. It's like not a lot of shit.
He's a little distracted at the moment. You'll have to get his attention.
Give me back my magic, you pieces!
Roland's gonna be able to. He can make shotguns and slaughter, which is really powerful. That's cool. Not saying all the characters bad, just that a lot of the exciting sounding skills make you go, ooh, that's gonna be neat, and end up being wasted skill points. So, like Boar? Like Zero's Boar skill?
Irrespective of my own underlying cultural biases! 3 days! I can't do anything right since my magic flute stopped working!
What ails the lute?
I don't know. It's made of wood from the forest, which should
Really, one-shots are disappointing when I math it too much in like 2 categories, if I recall correctly. I was kind of underwhelmed too, but I trust Temmie's calcs on the matter. And Temmie did the calcs when we were doing that one-shot graph, and it was like surprisingly high. I guess it's just like Zane moment, brute force with raw number. Zane Gage moment.
These crystal pieces of tree are more evil than I thought. They're draining the forest's soul energy.
Purple trees minus flats. Flax was all pretty well designed. I think Amara takes the cake though. They really cohesively put together the skills and all things like body and mind. It's really well done. Yeah, for sure. Like, it just introduces new layers of gameplay while reinforcing existing ones, and everything in the tree feels like it has a purpose. Like, I can't think of a bad skill in Amara's purple tree. They're all good. Just for different things. Like, there's no dud skills, which is crazy. Because I don't think that's true of any of the other purple trees. Definitely not Flax. Moses has one that literally does not function. And Zane's purple tree has a couple of just shit skills. Art of War comes to mind. I know people will say that Zane's purple tree is the best because it has Mantis and Commitment and Headsman's Hand and Armand Flint and Eraser, you know, just very stacked. But Amara's, I think, really has a claim to it because it jumps her up in power more than Zane's jumps him up in power. Yeah, I said it. And also every single skill is good. Now, you have the issue of a couple of the action skill variants aren't good. So if you include that, then yeah. One idea of adding Vile Momentum to Osland Zero. Why are you like this? It's a good idea. Trust me. Someone you shouldn't trust. I wouldn't say Amara Purple is anything bad, but she is one's boring admin. It's a flat stat boost, but other than that, I can't think of anything negative for Amara Purple. The thing with admin is that, unlike a lot of other action skill boosts in her tree, it's static. It does not require a trigger of any kind. It's just on. And Amara has so many different things that scale off of action skill damage that it's just a nice little point of glue to hold the tree together. And it being less flashy than the other skills does make it sometimes a good dump skill. Sometimes. Like, if you were to grab Purple Capstone and you're not focusing on action skill damage, then skipping admin is a good way of getting everything else good there. Which doesn't mean it's a bad skill. It means that section of the tree is well designed and allows you to get higher priority things. Admin helps body and mind fight for your life. Yeah, because you don't need to activate your action skill to turn it on, like with Do Harm. You don't need to get a kill. It's just there.
A horde of skeletal foes emerges, ready to tear the Fatemaker limb from limb. Hey, this is great. You can see why she likes this.
So with tightly grouped enemies like this, Barrage feels better. But then you remember that if this was Feral Surge, they'd have all been dead in 2 clicks. So, like, even Cleansing Flames would have done better there. Which is not a statement I make lightly. Oh, maybe that's the next challenge run. Cleansing Flames playthrough? Ugh. Do I hate myself that much? Or do I do the Dire Sack run first? Warwalk's a fine squiggly line between being broken and being useless depending on the situation. Vengeance Cannon walks a wide open plane of being useless independently of the situation. I concede the point there. I do concede the point. That is a measured and reasonable take. Amusingly enough, that's the second conversation about Boar I've had in the last 12 hours. It's a rule on chaos levels for these action skills. You drop to say 20 for cleansing or 40 plus for 40 plus your lower bound. The last run for Feral Surge, I did chaos 1. Now it could handle higher for sure. Maybe we do a revisit to that run because we ended up just absolutely crushing the game on chaos 1. I kind of just test a few chaos levels with the action skill to see what I think it can handle. So like I've done Barrage, full geared Barrage on C100, and I've done it on C50. It's absolutely not even close to viable on 100. But with like mosquito support, you can force it, but that's true of most things in the game. On 50, you can kind of get by. So that's why we're doing this on 50. Feral Surge, when optimized around, you can mob on C100. Which is something that people don't expect, but you can. It's just when you get to badasses and bosses, that's where it starts to go tits up. The thing that gets me about Spore Warden is you get one thematic action skill, albeit maybe not a great one, then you get a random Frost Blizzard skill, because that obviously fits the bill of Forester Ranger. And they're both bad. Both of the action skills are bad. So, like, you do kind of get a Flak Purple vibe where it's like, what was the vision for this tree? There's just a bunch of stuff that doesn't seem to have a place. But with this class, it's both of the action skills. Very weird. Barrage only versus Imelda was the best, though. I hated that so much. For once, your bias isn't obvious. Okay, so I fully expect this fight to just be awful.
Behold the horrid.
Whoa, the Banshee. This early? Watch out, Maker. She's going for a...
Yeah, that is, This is one of the action skills of all time.
Don't let that evil touch you!
I do like that we made the mushroom tanky enough that it can just not die to Banshee's aura on this chaos. I wonder how high you can go in the chaos levels and keep that true. Interesting. The mushroom taunt works on Banshee. That's cool. That's really cool.
other side.
Barrage's balancing issues, at least it's clear what they're going for. Blizzard is strange. Blizzard makes kinda a little bit of sense if you look at some of their inspirations, like the Diablo 2 Druid. Borderlands, and by extension Wonderlands, directly influenced by Diablo. This is more fantasy-like, so it's even closer to that. And the Diablo 2 Druid has an entire skill tree based on wind. Wind Druid being one of the most popular build archetypes, period, in that game. So, like, I guess. Once forward and Graveborn just for the companion goon squad do all the work for me. Just so you know, that does not hold up for long in endgame. This is another game where they marketed pets heavily and did not support them.
Well, we haven't really met, but I'm the fairy punch father. As long as magic's been around, I've been here.
Further confirming that the success of Digiclone and Autobear and Iron Cup was largely accidental.
Can you fix his magic loot? He needs to bless our ship.
Forget your Druid stand, right? Druid's so good, dude. I love Druid. D2 Druid is so fun. There's so many builds. Like, you've got the shape-shifting builds, you've got wind, you've got fire, then you've got hybrids between those things. So, like, going werewolf with a firestorm following you is so fucking cool. Or werebear with wind. Like, you just do cool hybrid setups on Druid. Least favorite, unfortunately, respect the diversity. That's the thing with Diablo 2. Even, like, classes that you don't necessarily vibe with personally, you're like, oh yeah, I see why you like that. It's like Borderlands 3. Zane's my least favorite, but I still have Zane builds I like.
Torg the Barbarian awaits you back at the city docks.
Okay, let's get this stupid blessing on the ship.
It's not stupid. It's just how the rules work.
Well, then the rules are stupid. I just want to get the quest moving.
Uh-oh. Party's starting to split.
My loot is charged to...
The other day when I was having trouble sleeping, I ended up watching like a documentary video, the history of barbarian speedrunning in Diablo 2. It's really interesting because Barb is just the shit speedrunning class. So a lot of the improvements made to the Barb route for normal mode were just like a hell mode speedrunner looked at the normal runs and were like, why aren't you using this tech, this tech, this tech, this tech, this tech? And it's like basic shit. And they just kind of worked it in. Hey Ember, I got you.
Correct? Valentine likes playing bunkers and badasses because he gets to feel like a hero and he's willing to ignore the rules in order to have fun.
Fine.
Thank you for hanging out to get that many channel points. I hope you enjoy. And pleasure to have you around as always. Morning, son.
In the real world, things just happen for no reason.
Stand the Amazon as hard as I stand Amara.
Know how things work.
I vaguely got an urge to play a Javazon the other day. I don't know why. How did I find that video? Let me see if I can find it on my phone.
Valentine, Fred uses the rules to have fun, which means
Or
sometimes
I'll pull it up on this. I've got a minute.
I guess I'm using it as an escape too. Out there, I'm just going from job to job, worrying about how much fuel our spaceship has and blah blah blah. In here, I have a purpose. Get a new ship, a noble quest, and a chance to be a hero. Instead of just,
I found it.
idiot who crashed our spaceship.
What is this kumbaya bullcrap?
We're almost there. Just needs one more thing. We need some ding-a-ling. Ding-a-ling on this ding-a-ling.
Speedrun Explainer is some of YouTube's best random content. I watch so many of those. They're so entertaining. Season update was nice. Step in the right direction. Ooh, that's good. And Quagshadow with the best of them.
Thank you. And I swear I want to help you complete that quest and keep the good ship Rosalia safe from harm.
I declare this party of heroes undivided and very visible.
They're too powerful! This isn't a blessing, it's a blasting! I cast
Best part.
magic! That's all! Wait, what?
What?
Wait, wait! Wait! Load! The hours? Now, adventurer! We're blowing up! Goes into kingdom! You come!
That is not how magic missile works.
But what about the whales? I care about nature!
It's so good.
Beautiful!
I told you, Nunu. We showed that ocean.
I'll see you in
Games like Portal just looks like a different game. Or Divinity Original Sin 2 done in sub 20 minutes is just insane. And then there are the ones that are just disrespectful. Like Prey 2017 has like a sub 1 minute run on like 1.0. It's like something crazy fast because you just clip out of bounds at the start of the game and just hit the end trigger. It's so crazy.
Thought-out character-rich story continues.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Serves you right, foul
Um,
ocean. Burn in the 13 hells.
Oblivion,
Alas,
you can
ship Balzania has sailed.
use paintbrushes as platforms to go hit the trigger for the end of the game. Like a few minutes in, it's like a 20-minute run.
So
Um,
the entire
ooh, Two Worlds, where you go and you aggro the final boss, and then you have the NPCs kill him.
Yeah, totes my goats, but though there is no water,
1 minute Elden Ring speedrun, yeah.
slightly damp dangers remain.
The Fate Maker stops at nothing. Those shadows.
I thought I'd seen the worst from her, but a whole ocean destroyed just to get her story back on track. And you strummed along, happy to play your little game.
Look, poisonous seaweed blocks your path. Your
I
quest
believe
is
Portal
waiting.
has been beaten without using portals. At least without using the portal gun.
Help me advance science.
And plus, this is a mod, save edited. I've been using save editors to do these challenge runs.
Good thing I am the greatest alchemist alive.
That Two Worlds exploit is glorious. I think most people who heard about the game only did because of it. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's more famous than the game itself. Because Two Worlds ultimately was like a very mid-Oblivion copycat attempt.
Instead of melting, the seaweed
And then the
turns
second
into
game is
foam.
like real shit.
It transformed into
Arkham City speedrun's like 15 minutes. Same thing, you can clip the world straight to the final mission. That's cool, I've never seen that.
Solution is not ready. I need the essence of pure
Oh, sneeze, excuse me. How long would an all collectibles run on Wonderlands take? Hard to say. A lot of the dice you can just get on your way to other things, but there are some that are locked behind certain quests, and I don't know how long that adds. Same thing, there's some marbles and poetry that are also locked behind quests. So, like, that's the real thing that makes it take longer. So, I don't know.
their soul now befoul the waters of the depths.
It would probably be single-digit hours. I can say that with confidence. I don't think it'd take any longer than 9 hours. But that's not necessarily useful information.
Fly to the heart.
Fine, stay there. playthroughs without dice took me about 12 hours on a normal pace. I don't know how fast I could actually do it. Like, you figure for most people, casual playthroughs of this game take around 8 hours, but obviously speedruns, you can shave a whole 6 hours off of that. So if you adopt that same mentality for other stuff, I don't think it would take you that many hours to get all the collectibles and stuff. Especially because a lot of them you can just run around and grab during dialogue, so you don't actually lose time over a casual run. You lose time over a speedrun because speedrun uses dialogue buffering to skip a lot of dialogue. But you don't lose time over a casual run. That's relevant. Hey Samantha Vest, thank you so much for the 20 months in the Prime monthly lurk break. I appreciate it, as always.
Monthly lurk break.
Glitchless is right under 2, but none of us really made it. Made any work towards it in 4 months or so. Yeah, I think it's one of those things. There's just, if someone came along with the motivation, you know, it could be pushed. But ultimately, Lands game speedrunning outside of BL2 is pretty, like for story speedruns anyway, it's pretty just dry. Like, not a lot of people care to do it. BL2 is by far the most popular speedrunning content for Lands, and then I think second place is actually BL3 Time Trials. And it's like BL1 playthrough speedrunning would be third. Stupid immune crabs. Also patched out the dialogue override with Lord Scrolls, adds in timeout. Ah, there you go. So, with that being patched out, unless you down patch,
Is this not what you needed?
you just have to multitask during dialogue.
With this, I can complete the solution.
Your Automata has a dev shortcut players can use to see the final ending and unlock some mechanics. That's cool.
Use this improved sea kelp solution on the seaweed.
Like, do run with a few ideas since Blight Drop, just haven't been motivated for it. Yeah, and speedrunning without motivation is just ineffective. Because the entirety of what makes speedruns improve is people being motivated to one-up each other.
If you see any of my brothers, give them.
Personal experience with that is the Flak Guardian takedown. True Guardian takedown record stood for quite a while, but when people started pushing it, that motivated me to push it, so it improved. I still held it the entire time, with the exception of like a few minutes where Butter had a better time, but I don't think it ever made it to the board. Like, same person, it improved it a lot because other people got involved. So the motivation entered the picture.
Flotsam.
A gate bars your way, and a gentleman stands just before it. A gentleman.
True ending is going fishing. Yes, but go away. I understood that reference. Completely unrelated. I'm still finding new items in Godfall. Found a new legendary ring yesterday I hadn't seen before. I love Godfall's loot system so much. It's so good. Full playthrough since the anime announcement. Beat A to E yesterday. All in one day? How long were you playing?
You be wanting to just waltz right through the gates of the briny shelf, are you? Will you be speaking to Bones Threewood, cursed protector of the Northern Gate, and I say, sure.
How suspiciously
No, it took 2 weeks. CDE yesterday. Okay. I was gonna say, what?
The Northern Gate is guarded by a vengeful, murderous, gorgeous buccaneer known as Chartreuse LeChance. He'll never let you. Unless, would you be willing to help me on a quest?
35 hours playtime for those endings, 80% of the subquests. Neat.
Valentine, do you want to go on the pirate quest?
Oh, I really, really do.
I was thinking about grabbing the speed mod for BL3 and then doing challenge runs on speed mod. But I don't know if people have interest in that.
Beware! The sea wargs are restless since the ocean were obliterated. You don't want to run afoul of Moby Dick, Ranger of Scourge of Salt and Sand.
This is one of the parts I was kind of dreading. Sharks and crabs are just a threat. So I'm going to be running past a lot of enemies in this section of the game.
That'd be Polly's eye patch. Paradoxically, it helps her see where to go. We all die eventually. Why not get ahead of the rush? Those be the navigational flappers. Keeps Polly high in the air to spot sails on what used to be the horizon. Now crack some kite. We need that squawker.
Useful barrel. Speed mod allowed GR, allowed diamond keys, etc. Can make for a very fast run. Yeah.
She be nearly complete. All that's left is her polymagical core. She be powered by soul energy, naturally.
What the devil was that?
As I feared, 'tis Mobley Dick, aforementioned.
Sort of shoddy flag a few days ago. Got a freaking Hellwalker from the first chest. Nice.
This one fancies itself a fearsome breed. Strike true!
Ha-ha! He must have swallowed the core whole. That'd be every piece we need. There she is.
I'll find a new shit. I think a part of my complete lack of interest for Borderlands was my interest in BL3. Wonderlands dropped pretty fast after release because I ended up knowing every item, just talking to others and looking up shit.
Polly, it's really you. I missed you, trusty bird.
See, I'm kind of the opposite.
Are you ready to join me?
Knowing this stuff makes me more equipped to theory craft and build craft. That's a large part of my interest in these games. Hopefully, Dick Fighter. I always read it that way too, Ember.
If we're to take on LeChat,
Without dice, the mission you have to accept for the collectibles are 20 miles under the sea, Boys Blue, and the second part of the Drixel quest in Karnox, the mission for the last Earl Shrine piece. 20k leagues under the sea. Yeah, yeah.
Chartreuse LeChance ain't just
Yeah, Boys Blue that's the Smurfs stuff, and yeah, you need that because I remember having to do that for one of the rune switches. Yeah, that all checks out.
more than guns and ships to defeat him.
So with just those quests,
But we can't go dry if the songs are gonna.
I don't think it adds in that much time, honestly.
Aye, that be me first.
I think an all collectibles run
They'll never listen to you if you don't
could be doable in at least in the context of Land's playthrough speedruns, pretty reasonable time. Only a few hours.
hear that, lads? The hero wants to fight. Twouldn't be a fair fight for ye. See, we've got plot armor. Plus me grog mug's still full of strictly non-alcoholic brew. Amscray.
Okay, so how do we get this guy to fight?
That's some time since you have to go through almost all of Sunfang, Crackmast, and Park Tangle Drift.
Break his mug.
But we tried all.
What is this gun in my inventory?
You've run afoul of Pirate Rule 27B. Now that's a serious breach of decorum. You trying to pick a fight with a sailor?
That is precisely what I am trying to do.
Why should I? I bet you fight like a dairy farmer.
the pirate way. Now we gotta hit him with the cutness, meanest, wake up in a cold sweat 20 years later as comeback, or we lose the duel. We're gonna need options.
Your mother is likely a lovely lady, but I do think she would disapprove of your current profession.
No talks about Deborah first mate like that. You're getting killed all.
Is this how I die? From a fart?
Yeah, that one will. For me, the fun comes from the momentum, find something new, think what I can do within that moment, do that until I find something new again. So I love how open and flexible Godfall is. It's considered a decent version of an item since the bar is so low. Yeah, it's truly a game where you can just get the item and have the item. It's what people think about BL3 when we bring up the part variance and farming issue. People will say things like, well, you don't need good parts. And, like, that's less true than they think. Whereas with Godfall, you actually don't, unless you're doing, like, min-maxed Exalted Tower of Trials runs.
Before the ocean got a boom boom blasted, Plunderport was a small island pirate town.
Which, for reference, is content where
It is a spire.
it's a boss rush where enemies are like twice your character level.
Why are you so into pirates?
More, actually. Enemies are like level 100.
Ships from port to port, answering to no one, searching for fortune and infamy.
Isn't that exactly what we do, just in space?
Space pirates. Whoa.
I think we lost him.
Don't need good parts as long as you use the most meta stuff. Well, that's not even true either. Because it's safe to say that Hustler Racer is like a meta thing, but you need very specific parts for that. So, like, you do need good parts. Why am I fighting them?
Now think about what you've done.
Yeah, same page, Pris. Deceptics is the only submission for 100%. 7.5 hours. Ooh. So yeah, not far off what I was thinking. Well, that's tragic. That's fucking tragic. It's 9 months ago. So yeah, just one and stop rooting it. Mm-hmm.
Smell it with your fleshy nostrils. The rest will be in the thickening.
Yes, the 80k radical is what I wish my beacon was.
I am already bound.
Yeah, it's crazy that the worst radical is better than the best beacon in most circumstances. But gotta remember that that's not how most items work.
Blessing of the
If
hunter.
a balloon be popped, the popper must
Like the
be
parts on a Skull Masher, for example. The worst Skull Masher is straight up just a bad gun. Takes forever to reload, does mediocre damage, and has some of the highest recoil in the entire game. Whereas a perfect Skull Masher is like cracked. Or even a decent Skull Masher makes a big difference. Getting high mags on Vladov guns. Absolutely awful, because Vladov is already a shit manufacturer. So you need the damage where you can get it. Remember that Butcher recoil bug? Oh yeah, where it had so much recoil that it looped around? That was great. Does a radical get way more base damage, like over 100k or so? Max damage on a free radical is 125k, but it can roll as low as 80k for the ×1 variant. I think it goes even lower than that. It's like 73k for the ×1. which is hilariously shit. And it can also low roll in a ×2 variant, which just makes it even worse. So there's a huge gulf between the best radical and the worst radical. But the worst radical is still better than most guns. So it is not a fair metric to use. 60 AK might even be 65. There you go. Flat off where we don't even do the thing we're known for well. Kind of like Jacobs. See, people like Jacobs for other reasons than the tagline. If it took more than one shot, you weren't using a Jacobs. Actually, people like Jacobs because you can fan the hammer for the ricochets and it's satisfying. Spamming bullets. Neither of them do what they were established to do. Flat off, just Jacobs better than Jacobs? Explain.
We've gotten to know each other pretty well in the last few minutes, so here be the tale of woe that brought me down to the depths of what used to be the ocean.
Hell yes. Pirate backstory.
Great, I'm just gonna
Kickcharger is not representative of the manufacturer as a whole, because if we use that logic, Jacobs has Lucky 7. Jacobs is everything better than every manufacturer if we use that logic.
Wait, that's it? You didn't even explain the curse.
Ooh, so me pirate backstory be insufficient for ye. Never mind then, ye scurvy.
Ha! See? She's got nothing. She always forgets to drop character voice when she's scrambling for it.
Not Rowan's Overlutions.
Our way is blocked. Holly!
Often.
Unleash your breaking beacon beak!
Lucian's being able to roll corrosive is a big deal for flak, but in other cases, yeah. Could explain in a Dalek voice. That could be a one lot of good Jakes would actually one-tap regular enemies. Yes, in BL1. The game where its endgame is one enemy. And where the design philosophies were so different across almost everything that it just kind of feels like a different franchise.
Lads, Threewood! How dare you show your lion face around here? Hi, Charlie.
That's where the "if it took you more than one bullet" slogan comes from. Yes, but people still associate it with that. People still think that Jacobs works like that, is the entirety of the point. Doesn't. It doesn't do that.
The Marley Maiden's still mine, Charlie. Crew, prepare to board.
Like, people still say things like, I want a really high one-shot damage build, like a Jacobs sniper build. Hang on. Those are not the same thing. You just asked for two different things. Back up here, thank you. I sometimes forget that there's turrets in this game. Like, obviously they force you to use one in Mirror 3, and then they're available for the Redmorn fight as well. But, like, during the playthrough, they're just kind of here. Still say that in BL3, but taking away mayhem scaling, though. What do you mean by mayhem scaling in this context? And you could say a lot of things by ignoring pieces of the game.
They were stripping me lady for parts. We can't get her sailing in this condition.
For that reason, I also don't consider, like, when people say things like, oh yeah, BL2 has lots of build diversity at OP0. Well, yeah, if you ignore the entirety of the endgame difficulty structure, I guess. Like, it's like saying, this manufacturer is great if you ignore the bad guns. Yeah, that technically works.
Below decks, crew. Find it. Good plundering.
Free Mayhem or Arms Race Jacob so easily one-shots is my point. Okay, yeah, that's true, but these discussions are usually had from the standpoint of endgame balance, because theory craft is what I deal in.
Marley's fearsome sword snout. Place it front and center on the bow. She be looking as fine as a
Also, turrets in Queen's Gate after you get launched to the island and up on top of the wall and you fight the trolls.
back to fighting.
Yeah, yeah.
Ship's got a soul as much as
Now that you mentioned it, I do remember that. I think I used that one time, like my first playthrough. Might have been my very first playthrough on stream.
Benson again. Crew, attune, if you will.
There's also a lot of build diversity to be able to as long as you play only on level 50. Right. If you ignore pieces of a thing to eliminate the downsides, then, like, sure. It technically works.
Slickest clipper bones can find.
Pearls are great if you ignore all but 2 guns.
The Marley maiden cutting through our brine. Batten down the hatch and running down roughnecks.
It's more than 2, but yeah.
She flies. Now with crew and ship we can finally get
Like,
back
the Avenger is good
Time
if you build around it.
chance.
Unforgiven's the Unforgiven. It's not its fault that it's in the game with the Lady Fists. No, those are like middle of the road pearls, but again, there's no argument for them being pearls over legendaries. I really like the Butcher, but again, it's worse than legendary Hyperion shotguns.
Serve the whole truth. And there's
Like Becca's good though.
properly deliver pirate backstory. A tunnel full of music and a
Hyperion is the not a gun build manufacturer. True. True. They make the best stat sticks. They make some of the most impactful shields for non-gun builds. They make some of the best grenades.
My bow said no. Blow me, blow, boys, blow.
Hey Blue Girl, thank you for the 14 months with a year streak. It's pronounced Quaddy. Moomy, amazing. People like to stick with a company once was, or why do you think there are that many Apple customers? Not because of anything Apple does, or ever did. It's just out of familiarity and convenience. That's different than a concept that's not being carried forward anymore.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. You look like
Daddy.
Name of the original of the song again? I have no idea. Unforgiven was a top tier gun back in BO1, but then for some reason Gearbox had the idea that it didn't need to have super high damage on top of the crit modifier, should be able to roll as a masher, and that was that.
Oh yeah, I got him with the old live for
Wellerman, that's it. Thank you.
Works all the time. No shortage of wayward souls clinging to the scraps of fading memories.
Peter Panda, thank you for the 25 months.
Sound like her.
Good to see you. Hope you're well. 25 months is a long time. Thank you.
He and his men sunk the Marley, scattered the crew, and consigned me to oblivion. There's the truth. 'Twas my
she's just a girl and she's on fire. You look like
Quag cat, quag cat, quag
I
cat.
sense the fear in you.
The Fate Maker walks the land, trying to mend what was broken. Every step reveals another lost truth. The task seems insurmountable, but a hero must move forward.
This be it, crew. Beyond that wall lies the
So, like,
sword.
the Feral Surge run, at this point,
Shiver some timber.
weren't we, like, around Wastard? BL3 Unforgiven overall more creative weapon than the BL1 version, which is on a high bar to beat to begin with. It's just the key difference there is the masher part is absent. That would have been a cool thing to include. But this also reflects on what I briefly referenced earlier about how BL1's balance is not around an endgame at all. Its endgame is Crawmerax, that's it. So, like, the fact that The Unforgiven is as usable and as much of content, as much of BL3's content as it is like, even as a shooty gun, you can make Unforgiven work for a lot. It's like, there is a real argument that they are comparable, or that the BL3 one works out to be better, depending on what metric you use. That also opens up the can of worms of, what's the point of comparing weapons across games? But words are being put together into a salad again. That's generally how language works. Cruise or resort for Coom's birthday? I'd say a resort. A cruise seems like a great way to go missing or get sick. Unforgiven needs to be hard carried by Overkill to do work. False. There are plenty of other mechanics applicable to high base damage, infrequently fired, crit-based guns. Overkill is by far the most convenient one, but you can do other stuff. Reckless Monster, thank you for the 17 months.
I think you have some feelings to discuss.
In the boat of liking returning weapons with the claws, they'd have to be modernized rather than just translated 1-to-1, which I think the Unforgiven did, but I get the Borderlands fans would never be so rational. I don't like the idea of returning guns at all. Unless they're, like, thematically relevant. Like, putting Sword Explosion into this game made sense. But bringing back returning weapons just because it was there before is not only creatively bankrupt, but it also directly turns people away from trying new things. And it also invites the "it was better in the old one" argument, regardless of whether that's true or not. So for example, you hear people say, Hellfire is better than the old one. Which Hellfire do you mean? Because that changes the answer. Because it might not have actually been. Your memory's just fucked. And then there's the Herald situation, where BL3 Herald launched in a perfectly fine state. Like, the gun was just fine. And then, because people romanticize their, version of the BL2 Herald in their head, it got massively overbuffed to the point where BL3 Herald is one of the most busted guns they've ever made. Way stronger than BL2 Herald, yet there's still people running around saying that the BL2 Herald's better, when it's objectively not by any metric. It's just a bunch of problems that you could avoid by not bringing items back.
Who's there? I can barely see a thing. You look fuzzy.
Just don't think it was modernized in a fun way. Like the way the Ogre got changed from BL1 to BL2 was fun. Ogre changed a lot between games. BL2 Herald felt better. No. Like, what does that even mean? the entire thing with the Herald, the only downside of the Herald's usage was that the projectiles were shit. Like, the only thing resembling thoughtful gameplay with the Herald is playing around the fact that it feels like shit to use because it's bad at hitting things. Like, swapping to a different gun after shooting the Herald only works because the projectiles are designed poorly. How does that translate to better feel? Like, it's used in basic gun builds as an answer to things, yet it's bad at being a gun. But that translates to better feel? Explain that one to me. If its purpose is point at thing, click button, make thing die with minimal effort or thought, why is it worse at that than a lot of other things? By way of just being slow to hit things. I don't know, like the sound and handling. I mean, the sound, like, it doesn't sound like a gun at all. And handling, like it having a monstrously widespread slow projectile speed. And that's it. No, like, it didn't feel better. You're being nostalgic. You're letting nostalgia override reason, which is what everyone does when it comes to that gun. It did not handle better. It did not perform better. It wasn't even easier to get. I mean, I guess it was base game. By that metric, it was easier to get. Feel is a completely subjective thing here. You can like the feel of it better. But, like, define feel, then. But by the definition there, sound and handling, I mean, okay, I guess that applies subjectively, but handling? What was handling mean? Like firing pattern, recoil, that kind of stuff? Well, those were shit. By a gameplay metric. It's just, it's just a weird, it's a weird thing. Once again, this is a conversation that wouldn't happen if they didn't carry items forward. It's not that deep. We're just having a conversation about it, Moon Girl. You know what's not useful? Anytime people have a conversation about anything that goes deeper than surface level, someone being like, oh, this conversation sucks. This game you're playing sucks. The people who like these games suck. It's really fucking grating, actually. We just chatting. To borrow your words, it's not that deep. As a projectile travel time enjoyer, I like pre-shotting the future position of my target. Some people like that, which is, like, fine. You know, a big reason I like things like Gauge is it's not as simple as put crosshair on target, click button, damage instance happens. So, fair enough. Reason why I like the BL2 bitch, it was pinpoint accurate, damage sucked, but I like nonetheless. It wasn't even that bad, it was just overshadowed. Not sure I can handle OP10 just for basic max level UV gems viable. BL3 bitch just like a wet noodle, you can feel it crits. That's the thing, it doesn't. BL3 bitch is also better than people give it credit for. It's like kind of in the same bracket of power. I know this because before they lowered the HP of Mayhem 10 from 12,500% to 10,000%, Lazy was running around using it on Amara. Successfully. On Mayhem 10. On Amara, the character with the least gun damage.
I was your favorite. See how that turned out? Watch your back, Fate Maker, or you might find some fangs in it.
I've done True Mallow on takedown on Flak with only the bitch. And it's fine. Like, the gun's not anything flashy. It definitely isn't better in its role than other things, but it's not bad.
What are you doing down here, smooth skin? Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's a little salt on the way she said smooth skin. I'm offended. Think?
Honestly, I don't even
I think the bitch may have gotten buffed at one point. My memories may be from before that.
is too
I think it did at one point too.
Yeah, you wouldn't get
Let's see if
it.
Loot
It's the
Lemon has
same
that.
thing.
Okay, the next person to say skin is spontaneously combusting.
She said it first.
I am
Yeah, I know
vengeful
speedrun, but
with
whatever.
and frankly, you are
Okay,
messing
June
up
11th. That would have been after
the vibe right now.
the thing I was talking about with Lazy using it, because June was
Very long time since I
well after they lowered Mayhem 10's HP. So the whole game got nerfed difficulty wise, and then the gun got buffed. So it's gotten stronger since then. It was viable then.
shrine and let the words flow through you. Yeah.
I'm sure people are allowed to like something just to like something without a major reason. Don's Family Vacation is an Oscar award-winning movie, but I still liked it. Oh yeah, I'm totally a fan of that. Like, don't let other people's likes and dislikes dictate your interest when it comes to, you know, entertainment. Obviously, asterisk within reason and morality and all that stuff, but like, when it comes to favorite weapon in a game, favorite movie, you know, all that stuff, meaningless shit. Like what you like, unapologetically. But my entire point here is when it comes to old version better, well, you've entered into a comparison there. And if you throw out nostalgia and use objectivity, there's some of those things that just don't stand up.
The stuff she's making us read sounds
We've had several examples of Borderlands weapons that have just worked out that way.
Recipe or something.
Harold, the bitch.
for people.
Stay on the animalism, Kay. We're keeping it
Bitch is balanced to be like
here.
entirely in the same bracket of power. So far, the bitch seems to be a real winner for Rackstab. By going to look for things in front bot's amazing.
What's the deal with the drowning?
This city was once a beacon of civilization.
What was I using the bitch for?
United coiled people.
Was it a stat stick at that point in time? Yeah, no, I was using it for Ellie crit. I was using a fire bitch for Ellie crit.
When he was cast down to the depths by other gods, so too was the city.
That was it? Yeah, let's go.
I was there in the hour of sleep. When our
Hot take, there should be recurring weapons, but exclusively ones that were considered garbage in previous games. That is a model I could be more on board with as well. Darth Plagueis. Like, if we were gonna do it, that would be a way to do it. Oh, my pet's down. I'm actually dead.
It was the bummest of bummers.
Because there's weapons that sucked that they gave another chance and worked. For example, the Storm was a terrible Pearl. And it's a good legendary in BL3. There's a terrible Pearl in BL2, good legendary in BL3. You know, giving things another chance sometimes works out. This is so sketchy. Pet, do you, like, exist right now? It's not fast enough to get to me. That's so unfortunate. So Bearcat comes back in every game. The Bearcat is another example of something that somehow managed to get arguably worse. Like, the characters are stronger, but the gun is worse. I was gonna get lunch from one of my favorite local places. It's permanently closed because the owner was laundering money. Holy shit. This is where the difficulty of the run comes in. I have no healing sustain. So a lot of this is me hoping that my pet revives me, but it just gets stun locked and fucking can't. Amazing. Alright, can't rely on that either. Actually stun locked. Let's use this. Trying to herd them over there.
Cry havoc.
We will gorge on your flesh.
Hey, Soccer, how you doing? Yep, Sock. Communities do ruin things for me. That's why I haven't joined a Hades community, because I don't want to ruin something I enjoy because people online. Perfectly valid. I really like Outriders, but the community for that game is a fucking trash can.
May enter the temple of sacrifice.
Why do I get the feeling we're the sacrifice?
I truly regret ever looking at anything online for that game.
Laying it on way too thick. You can see the twist coming a mile away, can't you?
Bro, that's so insulting to trash cans. For real.
My sisters continue to practice profane rituals. I have observed their rites and know them well. We will need to light a fire.
Why would there be
Reminder, the Archon's a saint Outriders didn't deserve. So true.
Because it, surprise ambush!
Also, I want another Lady Pistol. The next Borderlands, Lady of the Arms, got no damage, but 8,000% grip bonus should be used to break the entire game before. I'm curious to see what they do with the crit system as a whole, because it's something that the theory crafters of BL3, we all kind of agree that the way Borderlands handles crits is just asinine and awful. It's not even reflective of what a crit system is in any other game. But Wonderland's crit system is, like, way better. So, which one do they carry forward, is the question. And under the Wonderland's crit system, crit-based stat sticks are not only much smaller values, but they're also less impactful because of the way things work. Like, the biggest example of a crit stat stick is an Eidolon. Purple Hyperius Sniper, 46%, card crit, and then it's got the Sniper crit, the Hyperius crit, and the Crossbow crit. So it's got a bunch of different crit stats. But that crit still only applies to things that do gun damage. So we use it to boost Double Knot, which is a bonus element that counts as gun damage. It doesn't actually boost the spell we're using, just the thing piggybacking on the spell. So something like a Lady Fist would still, even if they ported it 1-for-1, it'd be less relevant.
It's a magic fire fish. It's got tons of magic fire juice still all up in it, okay?
No, I didn't place it. I did this last run too. Got ahead of myself.
Perfect. Now complete the sacrifice.
33, not 46. Which one's 46? 46 is the non-crossbow one. Right, 33. My mistake. Cat. Hello, Cat. Yes, you are cute. Hi, I'm speedrunning. Cat.
Follow that light. It will take you to the final step of your passage.
See? She didn't want to sacrifice her after all. Seems cool.
I don't know. Something about her just makes my skin.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Skull. It makes my skull crawl.
Ooh, are you sure that's the word you wanted to use? Because there's another S word that you could use. I mean, there's still some time for
Feel through crit system with better in-game name would go a long way. System's cool, just not intuitive. I strongly dislike the existence of crit swapping. So I'm gonna stand by my it's shit thing. Wonderland's crit system severely curb-stomped the concept of crit swapping into irrelevance, which I really like.
You get you're walking right into her trap, right? It's hack writing. Even those other idiots at the table can see through it.
And while that isn't necessarily a problem only linked to the crit system, like, it's also just how they handle on-shot versus off-hit multipliers. But it's still better here. I'm super being a Borderlands community despite any interest in the game anymore, but I don't cut people off friendly being enjoy just into No, I'm not saying you have to do that at all. There's lots of people in lots of communities who do not have an interest in the actively played content. There's lots of streams that I watch, people that play games that I would never play, I have no interest in, and I've never cared about. You don't need to have the same primary interest in game to be part of a community.
Here it comes.
And I make it gladly. I will go with you.
What?
When my sisters fell to the temptations of drill,
Crit swapping wasn't
I vowed
something I considered. Headspace is a bug, not a feature. The system to me.
that passage through hard
It's me. I crit swap my bag stick into the airborne Unforgiven. What are you gonna do about it, bro? That got deep. What Micro said? Stone? They do a micro.
What? No, there has to be a twist. She's lying. The priestess's maddened sister's attack, drawn by her nefarious spells.
Sisters, I defy you now as I
Crit damage should just be handled on shot creation, but reworking the systems they mean have reworking the entire structure of the game. I mean, once again, Wonderland's crit system entirely different and just better. Especially once they did things like they clarified the vibing enchant to do what it says, not the other thing it was doing. Helps eliminate some of the crit confusion. There's almost nothing in this game that says crit that isn't crit. Almost nothing. And that, combined with the different approach to handling on-shot, on-hit in certain instances, it went a long way. Said swans were a bad action skill. That just seems rude. Better than grab snare. Can't recover from this. Ever played Subnautica? I haven't. But back to the community conversation, I think the only communities that increased my enjoyment of games were Borderlands. Thank you, fighting Hollow Knight. Comment Hollow Knight W. It's hard to find communities that increase enjoyment of a thing. Yeah. Because, you know, negativity having farther reach, it's something I've talked a lot about recently. Negativity just has farther reach for internet presence, and that has a lot of ramifications. It's mod Rag Attack to be Swan Attack. So based. Using the wrong swans get a 99% effectiveness bonus against busy traffic. And up in the land speed on an accident. Oh yeah, yeah, you didn't know it was a land streamer. That's happened a lot recently, like, because I've been doing so much variety. I suppose I've been doing a bit of a variety binge post Wonderlands, because there was that, what, 5 months where I only did Wonderlands on stream. Nothing else at all. So it's been fun just bouncing between things. He's playing Wonderland's crit system. Basically, there's the innate chance to crit for everything with the exception of 5 specific things in the game. Like, you have your innate crit chance. Things that are a projectile type that can interact with weak spots can also do the traditional lens crit of hit weak spot, get crit. And then crit damage bonuses are more specific in what they apply to. Like, we have spell crit is a stat, ability crit is a stat, gun crit is a stat. It's not just crit damage. This is gonna suck so much. Best communities are the ones you don't even interact with online, you just play with them and end up having a jolly old time. That's true. The ones that happen kind of organically. far as crit swapping goes, if I recall correctly, it limits crit swapping by making the crit stat only apply to a very specific thing. So like crit on gun card won't boost the spell in a crit spot. Yeah, the division between, you know, this crit applies to this thing, this crit applies to this thing. It's a lot more specific. There's still some room for abuse. Like, obviously, there's still nothing stopping you from shooting a rocket launcher that's slow enough and then taking out a gun with a high crit stat. That, but for multi-class? No. The answer is no. I'm just a Spore Warden. Spore Warden with, no play the angles and no quiver of holding. Everything else is next. Drill's getting drilled with the best action skill. I would like to point out that this is Chaos 50, so, you know, people still in 2023 claiming that drill is impossible, heals too much. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
You're the one who set the rules. And anyway, if you hadn't said the S word,
Move the cat while looking away from drill.
Oh, so now you care about rules. Well, here's a rule. Rule of threes, bitches!
It's so weird being awake during the day. I hope you've been enjoying having daylight. Time to make a D&D stat block for drill, let's go. Gotta confirm that Rule of 3 is a play on Rule of 2. Like Rule of 2 from Star Wars? I think Rule of 3 is just a general societal concept that, you know, 3 is a nice, satisfying number to apply things to. I don't think it's a reference to that at all. You're probably joking and I'm overthinking that. I'm just rapidly losing brain cells having to use this action skill. That's what I'll blame it on. Oh, it's so shit. Haven't completely lost interest in video games. Nails has definitely been my priority. Understandable.
It's just, if you didn't like Sora, then you probably don't like me.
Like a D&D stat block for Wizards of the Coast. Damn.
What? Tina, we're not leaving. We're having fun playing this game with you.
Sounds like a nice expansion of the manufacturer because it's actually just what you're holding check. Mm-hmm.
Turbo Butt is the Fate Maker.
So you're gonna stay?
Like you said, fate doesn't divide us. Fate brings us together.
Rule 3 is a narrative thing because the human brain likes certain numbers. Mm-hmm.
How this ends. And maybe Kasara could even come back as a friendly ghost.
Nah, she's dead. I'm over it. Quest complete!
There's also, like,
Do the thing where it says
cultural equivalents, so, like, that can extend to other numbers that the human brain's not necessarily conditioned to like. Like, in Japanese culture, for example, the number 4 is associated with death. It's like a very specific thing.
The Fate Maker begins to wonder. With the world torn in two, can balance ever be restored? Is it enough to defeat evil? Or must it be destroyed entirely?
Preferring games, without replayability now, though.
you have emerged from the depths. And hey, so I got a little spicy back there. You know, Tina had a little.
Made about you're playing BL2, we're in TVHM, can't seem to get on-level weapons and stuff. Um, beat the warrior. That'll force the level. That'll force the items to drop at the max level they can in TVHM. But then, if you go beyond that level, you have to do UVHM.
With her in this pathetic quest, are you? Fine. I know what it's like to have your fate chosen for you. But I'm owning this villain.
Which is one of the significant flaws with BL2's
You come across a
playthrough system. You are eventually forced,
super magic verse.
because of level cap increases, into doing a third playthrough.
Touch that.
The light! I'm alive! Oh, wait. Alright, halfway there at least. But you freed me, adventurer. Thank you.
Greetings, Spectre. What is your
Simply don't have enough time to do games with endgame. That's valid.
I had a name long ago. But now they
I thought Rule of 3 meant bosses always get 3 phases. Nah, no, it's just a general thing.
Oh, you know, a real son of a witch. Get it?
Like, if you tell someone to pick a number between 1 and 10, a lot of people pick 3.
I'm a necromancer. But when I refused to do that Dragon Lord's bidding, he ripped my soul out my body.
Some people will pick 5 because it's equidistant between them. Some people will pick 3 because people like the number 3.
The Dragon Lord will soon fall by my hand, as have the oceans and gods who got in my way.
Great. We're going the same way.
7's really underrated. 7's a cool number.
To get my body back. If you help me, I'll give you a powerful tool against the Dragon Lord.
Like 7 because it looks sexy. 7 also gets it. 7 confirmed 8, 9. I'm sorry, that was terrible. So 4 is associated with death. In my immediate family size, you should ever have 2 parents and 1 child. You want 2 children, as well have 3. Unless you have 4, you need to go ahead and have 5 just to be safe. No.
Now we gotta climb these cliffs. Road trip.
Spectre, reveal yourself.
Hey, relax. I'm just hitching a ride. Mobility's
This gun. This fucking gun.
Ever wonder why they always stick around in gloomy ass houses? It's not for the decor.
I would just like to highlight that I'm not putting up a fight about trusting this necromancer.
Hey, that's character growth, baby.
Totally unrelated. Newbie, there's something called a reverse exorcism, where you trap someone's soul in your own body and then explode, sending you both to hell. In case you need some leverage.
Oh yeah, that's real. Messy stuff. Happened to my buddy Connor at a birthday party.
Imagine Gizmo. How you doing? That rant, by the way, is just how my brain works at all waking moments of the day. Never change.
Okay, well, it's down. Let's get to that job. I see another geyser over there, but oh, perfect.
The intoxic gaming community is wrong in my eyes, but I encourage it and stand Twitter.
Move them around if you shoot the course.
You just like to stir the pot. Or watch it be stirred. I love contradicting myself. Hey, you're self-aware, so it still puts you a leg up over most people. A lot of people will just not get that they're doing that.
Job bonus blocked off by another barrier hex.
I need to smell this thing, but not while all this necromantic energy is around. Kill these jerks, will you?
It's so nice going back to fighting enemies that have like an easily accessible crit spot. It does make this feel significantly less awful.
Blessing of the hunter.
think a hammer only playthrough would be viable. We did a hammer throw playthrough. I was thinking about doing a Cleansing Flames playthrough for another one of these challenge runs. I think the next one I'm going to do is Dire Sacrifice. Maybe Cleansing Flames will be the one after that. So far we've done Feral Surge, currently doing Barrage. Next one's Dire Sacrifice. I want to do melee only run. It just works out to be kind of a normal playthrough because melee is just good. And you can get some really good melee stuff to support you in a playthrough. Like, Paladin Mike has the quest for that Zumios Shrine piece. It gives you a very good playthrough melee weapon. Very good.
Maybe it's something about you that attracts Loser. Or maybe it's the only type she knows how to write.
Lucky 7's called that because it shoots in a 7 pattern. Is Barrage the unlucky underscore? Yes. Which is worse? The Barrage Assault Rifle in BL3 or the Barrage Action Skill in Wonderlands? Are all things named Barrage doomed to be awful? Is there a skill named Barrage in any of the games? I'm obsessed with this. Is everything named Barrage just bad? Note that the Barrage in BL3 can be made to be, you know, serviceable, but ultimately is just like a good purple in function. It's got a slightly better burst delay. That's its entire legendary quirk. Roland has a skill. Is it bad? Maybe aspect of Chiron for Barrage. That'd be sick. That'd be so sick, Viper. Barrage is one of those action skills that if we had had augments in this game, it would have really benefited. Obviously, the augments would have to be good, but... Increases the turret burst count, so pretty bad. Oh, no! Roland's skill is being flat. Yeah, he has no ass. It's wild. Kind of criminal. It's a curse. Athena has one called Elemental Barrage. Is that good? It's okay, it increases the burst count of his turret, though. If I recall correctly, is one of those skills where only certain levels actually made sense relative to how many shots we fire across the skill duration. That sounds like something that isn't good. Free shot chance up to 30, extra 0.1% per stack.
All this mining equipment.
Free shot as in Salvador type free shot, or free shot as in Zero type free shot? I almost jumped off the cliff due to not looking. Chance to not consume ammo. Okay. I mean, that's a pretty valuable effect of Cloud of Lead on most. Cloud of Lead is one of my favorite skills they've ever made. It's just so insanely good. So yeah, I could see that being valuable.
souls.
You know, I've heard a lot of talk about heroes, and to be fair, most of it's coming from other necromancers. But I'm starting to see why you guys have the reputation you do.
What allowed Athena to sustain her DPS? Very good required building for. I like stuff like that. So, I'm gonna be unreasonable here and say it doesn't count because it's not Barrage, it's Elemental Barrage. So the curse still exists. Why is Ludacris so hot? I don't know. He is weirdly attractive. Warlord uses Missile Barrage? Oh no. Moving goalposts for the win.
Okay, I'm sensing some relics. They're definitely here in the unlit quarters. All right, see which one of these relics is the strongest. We need a lot of soul energy to.
He's almost 60, right? Really? No shot. I mean, black don't crack, but no shot.
Too weak.
I would like to stay on my pillar, please.
Too meek.
Let's go, bro! My magic is like slamming an energy drink straight to the dome!
Ugh, too. Bro.
No, is that wrong? Okay.
So none of the
It's
relics.
45. Okay, that sounds right.
The relics you can see.
I was gonna say, how old am I?
Did you mean to say wink?
Yes, that was for newbies' benefit.
Could have accident a skill named Barrage make completely busted. So based.
Oh, that's gotta be the one. Check it out.
80% chance to be a curse. Give him a Ludicrous.
Oh, hell no! You ain't getting this magic.
Are you certain?
2023 has been boring. We need another song like WAP.
Oh yeah, that thing has big relic energy for sure. We'll get
Moist Critical put out the WAP of this year already.
Okay, now we just need to channel this thing's energy into the jar. I've got an arcane focus out in front. Head over there. Farther out than I left it. Must have broken off with some of the other floating platforms.
Common Charlie W.
Now, the soul energy needs a body as a conduit, so you'll have to do it yourself. Place the relic, we can begin.
With this much soul energy, you need more than one person
Wonderland's level
generating
visual design so
it.
cool.
The effects could be
Level design in this game, they really just did so well. Like, this map as well, look at the layers. The verticality to this map, the fact that it's got open sections where you can see everything, it's got good additional set pieces, like just scenery. Like, interesting ways of progressing through the level. Diversity in enemies on this map. Like, Wonderland's map design is so fucking good.
The Skelevator grinds to unlife.
Except Barrage has a 50% chance to be either permanently amazing or utterly ruin your build. Depends on whether you put a point during an even or an uneven second. Amazing.
Hey, who's doing necromancy? Skeleton stuff is my brand.
Let's go for a ride. Time to get my beautiful body back.
This map's cool. The dice on this map pissed me off. Fuck this map. I don't remember a lot of the dice hunting because I did it so early and I only did it once. Like, even when it was character specific, I had only done it on one character because I just didn't care enough. So when they made it account wide, I was like, oh, cool.
Told you it was beautiful, didn't I?
Too late. This body is mine.
What in all the hell is he doing?
I'm taking control.
A beautiful body indeed. And full of power.
How people still consider this boss difficult, I do not understand. Literally the easiest enemy that has mechanics in the entire game. I specifically added the that has mechanics thing because Chum's Zomboss, Lechance, they just kind of run at you. It's probably not fair to include in that. But like Parasite, unironically more difficult than Wastard. Because Parasite can actually kill you. Because it's got an attack based on distance. It always hits if you are in range. You can inflict ouchies. Literally just don't get hit. Like, you saw when I confused him by stepping behind cover 7 times in a row. Like... And his skull attack is so inaccurate, he could miss you while you're standing still. He's just like me, for real, for real.
I was holding back as a courtesy from one mysterious person.
Because I didn't get forced to play Metroid growing up. Fair.
Said you would render assistance.
Of course. I'll honor my side of the deal. Here, follow me.
Do love the map design and soundtracks. Gotta say, Bunkers and Badass is peak in one for the soundtrack. Settle the stomach. Yeah, Minds of Avarice was pretty good. Soundtrack, gotta say.
But there is a cost to your soul. I swore off the use of necromancy for evil, so I want your permission before doing this.
Oh, yeah. Our souls, though. Do we need that?
Make it so.
So be it.
Why, when we're playing Back for Blood? I don't know, we can figure out a deck. Quag, keyboard too small.
And there you go. You're 1/8
Cover's cheating because it isn't cover-based shooter. You can also outrange the Nova, then. That just puts you in a position where he will be more likely to do other attacks. So it's better to just get really close next to a piece of cover. It's the most consistent Western strat. Other than just, you know, one-shotting him. That's also good. If Lair of Infinite Agony had tolerable enemies, would you come to like it? Tolerable enemies in a game with mantling and just better movement as a whole? Yes. So if Lair of Infinite Agony was in this game, again, I'm not a person who likes just carrying things forward out of nostalgia, but if that map was in this game with Wonderland's enemies, it would be so much better. Like, there's so many concepts and things in Assault on Dragon Keep that are potentially good, but they're held back by the game it's in and the enemy design choices in that DLC. Does a lot of stuff well, it's just massively overshadowed by the dumpster fire that is the gameplay in that DLC. Try to outrange him, won't be able to kill him with my abs to please my Lord and Savior Vaughn. That's fair enough. I can't lifesteal my way through every attack. Hard game. Real.
Soon the soul energy will all be mine. You understand what it is, right? Soul energy is wonder itself. Every mountain, every ocean, every pissy little goblin.
So the Feral Surge run was in the Dragon Lord fight at this time.
Well, if it can make entire worlds, it can unmake them. I'm gonna take
We Skeletor is another shot? No. No.
The Wastard said the pyramid is surrounded by a city of the dead.
Seeks the power necessary to emerge.
Got Vaseline and a stick now.
Close now.
Like chapstick?
Only be taken up by heroic hands.
Archer's assault!
Yes, cat, hello. It's very affectionate today.
Barrier hexes stands in your way.
The Western showed us how to deal with that. Just find a dispel room nearby.
Ah, the hex is dispelled, clearing the way forward. Like the undead that patrol its walls, the city
Oversized cocoa butter stick. Kevin, you're so chonky. You can't do that.
stones are its bones. The sands are its hands. The nitty-gritties are its great big...
We get it. Come on, we're so close. Let's just blast our way in.
There's cat hair in my coffee now.
That whole list. I can keep going.
I mean, I was curious, but yeah, Fred's right. We should do the blasting thing.
As you approach the gates, see a soul well brimming with necromancy power. The Dragon Lord is using it to cast a barrier hex over the entire city.
Not a problem. Our dispel magic will work on that too. We can kick that evil right out of the way.
Such murderous malode.
Cat thinks Barrage users are lovely.
Magic out of the well. The magic
Consider a TPS playthrough with BL2 equivalent mods and maybe a dialogue skip? Absolutely.
in the well emerged.
I enjoy TPS.
Strike true.
The threshold of like mods and stuff I would need to do a TPS playthrough is a lot lower. Like I'd be more likely to just do it.
Was full of them.
Yo, TPS Wonderlands mod? I'm such a bad influence. That was toxic of me. The dash mod, you're down? Yeah, that'd probably be enough.
That one really wilts the daisy, doesn't it?
Don't need dash, just float, but I want a dash. This takes so long with Barrage. Holy shit, bro.
Find your mark.
Useful mechanic I've been taking advantage of from time to time. Even a gun that does like no damage like this, the act of shooting an enemy sometimes staggers them depending on where you hit them.
The axe is lifted. Hero, did you
The only pickle we get in Wonderlands is the gun vendor. It's the biscuit, how you doing?
Causality, but for the sake of easy conversation.
Dash with low grab would probably break a couple maps if you tried. Undoubtedly. I managed to fall through the world on a Dragon Keep map because of double jump, so like, yeah. In Ancient Evil, which hand do I go for? The red one.
This way. It's closer than it looks. Jump. That axe trapped
Cats.
days, and you dispelled it.
Moxie actually asked if I was going to do BL2 Wonderlands for BL3. Unfortunately, I'm willing to start a new BL modding project at zero.
Oh, you know mortal humans?
Yeah, he really loves the concepts that you implemented with BL2 Wonderlands. I was talking to him about it the other day.
Then your path is through the All of Heroes. I know
Forgot about Ancient Evil. Banger map.
too weak to read.
BO4 Enjoyer, I have no idea how to play that map. Micro, we've been talking about BO4 zombies a lot lately.
I heard of the Queen's death.
Like, I might
Journeyed here. Open the latent soul energy.
I might look into my PS4 and
Perhaps you can
see if that still works and shit. Because that's where all my progress is. And I don't want to buy an Activision product. I don't want to give them my money. I already own that.
succeed. Magic. The only reason I wasn't picked off by skeleton patrols. You must reach the All of Heroes beyond the inner wall.
Notice how I compare everything to Metroid.
Dragon Lord is using the wells of sin to keep it blocked off. If you can cleanse the wells, you will lift the X's.
Only by cleansing the well.
You switch from coffee to Monster Energy. How about I switch to Advanced, which I should do. I've been drinking Advanced mostly outside of the morning.
We can bring back Butt Stallion.
I don't know.
Coffee is like a ritualistic thing.
But you forget, dear Fret. Fate does not divide us. Fate brings us together.
Most I do with new Borderlands modding projects just be converting stuff from Mosslands into separate standalone mods. That's fair.
Through yet.
Mushroom bloom of green-eyed soul rays pour from the well of envy.
I'll make this quick. Whatever you're doing, it seems to be quite deadly, so keep doing that.
We're gonna break 1,000 barrages before we even get to Nightmare. That's crazy. I know some of those are from button mashes, but we're definitely breaking 1,000. I wanted to replay the Darksiders series. Darksiders 2 is such a good game. I still have not played the third one. I've watched it played, but I've not played it personally.
Another voice to the choir.
Ability to have good grammar is selected. And Zeta also talked about making a mod that acts as a library of new attributes used from Aslan Zeta Hall for other modders. The 5 that exist in the entire world. That'd be a cool resource. Like, YouTube makes some of my favorite mods. So, I'd use it. I don't know if that's reason enough, but I would use it. I would ache only BL3 will fix if the game's still large. With storage space problems? Doesn't matter how many times you mention your PS4, I'll always be surprised the next time. What was I do with, no, I read that. Brain rot. Xbox has all the DLC guns. I got lucky from supply drops, didn't buy any. Yeah, I don't think I have all the DLC guns. Yeah, like the last wave of them, I'd already stopped playing the game by that point. I do have Dark Matter and Zombies, and, like, I think I'm 2 weapon categories off of Dark Matter in multiplayer, but, like, I just eventually stopped playing that. Like, I have Diamond Snipers, Diamond LMGs, Diamond ARs. I don't remember if I finished SMGs or not. I think I did pistols.
We have guests. Live to the heart.
I was gonna go play BL3 today, actually, for one specific extremely memey setup. Came up and realized I don't have the game installed, so I didn't bother. What was the setup?
I cannot be stopped. Many have tried.
998. 999. Okay, playthrough's over. 999 barrages. And a good action skill only one. 1,000. I gotta move the thing.
Only one soul well remains. The well of wrath. Well of wrath thrums with soul energy.
Master Prestige in multiplayer, then reset my stats, got Prestige 6 again. I don't know what Prestige I'm in multiplayer. I'm Master Prestige in Zombies. I don't remember.
Heroic plumbers? Nah, it'll never.
How dare you? Trying to think what a true melee flag would look like. Of course, a really low mayhem level. That's something people messed around with. They usually did White Elephant Unforgiven. Or, you know, Unleash the Dragon. But it's kind of interesting because you can, ASC 50s, bonus elements, grenade and shield, those are, they're considered bullets by the game. Kind of. They can Megavore. You know, static charge is very viable for true melee. Stone Swan has an Amara setup that does that. It's a thing. Why Unforgiven? Crits. If you punch a crit spot, White Elephant, it'll place on the crit spot. And for the ASC 50s and static charges, all that. You could, of course, use a Psycho Stabber or a Guardian Angel. I think Guardian Angel worked out better, but I don't know if anyone's done the concept with Guardian Angel. Because it was an old build archetype.
Yeah, I think I'm done with these hexes now.
I don't want to do it now. You got me wanting to do true melee flak at BL3. God damn it.
You're gonna have to go through the ancient catacombs. Oh no!
Tina, are you padding out the campaign so that we'll stay here and play bunkers and bad?
Everyone says water temples are the worst temples in Zelda. It's really sand temples, dark ass temples with quicksand. I am not a Zelda enjoyer, so I have no frame of reference here. I'll take your word for it.
Does it bother you to know there were fate makers before you? All heroes of their own stories, but they never lived up to their namesake. They just played her game and went through the motions, because that's exactly what she wants. Take these creations of mine. They exist only to do my bidding, and when they fail, I'll just make 100 more, because they're disposable. Like you.
Ugh, this is gonna be hellish. Because I don't want to crit these. What, I need to crit some of these to get them to fight each other? So that there's less attacking me. Ow. Don't get stun locks, please. Poor Tina thinking she needs to pad the campaign. Quag's using Barrage only. Talk to her for me, Darth Plagueis. Tell her. Tell her I'm already suffering. Barrel Surge over Barrage confirmed? Yes, I've said for a while that that's the case. I am pretty comfortable in saying that Barrage is the second worst action skill in this game.
Hail of arrows!
Which is a shame, because it's certainly the coolest looking, other than Storm Dragon's Judgment, in my opinion. Which is the worst, Cleansing Flames. But it is noteworthy that you can make Cleansing Flames do more damage than you can make Barrage do. It's just bad for other reasons.
She wants you to think you're special, unique, one of a kind. Do you even have a name, Fate Maker? Has anyone ever said it? Has she?
Like Corrosive Storms, Plague Storm is really cool. I did forget Plague Storm do be a banger. Visually. I mean, and in function. Unfortunately, the game is like Minecraft to me anymore. Get the resources you need to move on. Ah, Subnautica? Yeah. Makes sense.
An enormous arcane device has been erected before the hexed entrance to the Hall of Heroes. It's got
One of my friends is doing a sniper-only flag challenge. Give me some fancy words to be toxic.
laser that you can use to blow open the barrier hex.
This speaks to me.
Hey, those guys are hanging out around our giant sweet-ass magic laser. Kick their asses.
I'm thinking. Like, honestly, Sniper Flag just kind of sounds like a good time. I like BL3 snipers. They're underrated. I don't know, I don't have anything toxic to say. That just sounds fun. Can't find the crit. Slightly better Hyperion snipers than BL2. Yeah, BL2 Hyperion snipers were... I mean, again, it's like a relative thing. I think a comfortable statement for both games is... There are some good ones. There's some stinkers. There's some underrated ones. I don't know. Cocky Bastard's so fun, it's just not super good. Yeah, I really like Cocky Bastard as a concept. Just it never got buffed back into being relevant. It was good when DLC 2 first came out, but post Mayhem 2.0 was just not a lot of reason to touch it. Something give me Hyperion ARs. The thing with Hyperion is, if you look at pistols, snipers, or not pistols, snipers, pistols, SMGs, ARs, there's not that much that separates them in Lands games. So, like, you don't need all of them. Like, a lot of people asking for Hyperion pistols to come back in another Borderlands game, because they missed them in BL3. Hyperion pistols and SMGs are functionally identical. Like, there's no real difference other than the order of pixels you're seeing on your screen. Like, the gameplay ain't different at all. No change whatsoever. So, like, they don't need to exist. And I don't think the introduction of Hyperion ARs would deviate from that. I think it'd just be the same problem. Go make dinner, see you. Sounds good, Viper. Have a good one. Enjoy food. Morningstar and the Longbow are alright. I don't recall any other good Hyperion snipers in BL2 and other generic ones for sure. Nothing's sticking out to me.
Tina, so are we.
So, don't hate me? You enter the
So to make a mod to bust all the mid-legendaries be decent.
Legends of the Wonderlands are laid to rest.
On the upside, Hyperion Pistols, they get most of their accuracy during a reload. It's such a weirdly specific niche.
You hear a
Yeah,
familiar
use Hyperion Shotguns. Big fan of Hyperion Shotguns. I frequently get roasted for being too much of a fan of Hyperion Shotguns, in fact. Tankman Shields is a Hyperion Pistol. See, I said, SMGs, pistols, ARs are similar enough. Shotguns and snipers deviate from the formula there in a way that, you know, I think they justify their existence. BL3 or BL2 Heartbreaker? The BL3 Heartbreaker is really underrated. And it's quite good. So I'm inclined to say BL3 just because I prefer that game, but like, they're both good, and I think the BL2 one sticks out more because there's simply fewer good guns in that game. In BL3, guns that are just good, not fantastic, but just good, they kind of get lost in the noise, right? Since there's so many items, period. Eraser conference call, homies. Conference call is another one of those things that I don't think should have come back, because BL2 conference call was busted OP. BL3 conference call at launch was good for bossing, but extremely underrated because people were comparing it to the previous iteration. And then it got buffed. And eventually, in late Mayhem 1.0, people finally accepted it as, like, good when Malawan takedown speedruns were proving that it's just one of the best bossing weapons. There are two main things that people use Conference Call for around that time. Wotan and Tyrene farming. It was mainly those two. But it was, of course, good on other things. But then it stopped getting buffed, and 2.0 happened, and it just kind of went to being mediocre. So now it doesn't live up to the BL2 conference call, like, to an even greater degree. So it just should never have come back. Even pre-buff conference call shredded Wotan. Yeah, it was good from day one. But, like, it wasn't as good as the other versions. People downplayed it. And it didn't get the Herald treatment of a massive overbuff. So there should be an achievement for that boss just says lasagna without any further context. Not well versed in Wonderland's formulas anymore. What's the reason for a single shot pistol? It's a level 1 blue pistol, Micro. It's not for damage or stat stick or anything. It is just so that I have the ability to reload to get my barrage charges back from my ward enchant. That's all it's for. Because barrage has a fucking terrible cooldown, so we're using an enchant to bypass it. See, like, this is a callback to the first scroll. It took me until, like, my 4th playthrough to recognize that. One thing I'm really glad they didn't bring back is the B shield, or fixed bonus amp shields in general. The B without the fixed bonus amp would actually be fine in BL3 balance-wise. Like, it wouldn't even be really competitive with some of the other top-end damage-dealing options there. Revolter is incomparable to B. People calling the Revolter the B is such a weird take because their mechanics are even inverted. But if you were saying that in response to, like, other shields without outpace it, yeah, Revolter would probably outpace a B put into BL3 with how BL3 amp works. Depending on weapon. Asterisk next to that. For what most people would use it for. It would outpace. But yeah, fixed bonus amp, there's an anoint that does that.
He just blew up thousands of people. Don't you think that's evil?
And it allows you to do some pretty saucy one-shots.
I'm not playing this anymore. You know what? I'm gonna be the bunker master, and then I'll make sure only heroes win.
Tina, wait.
Dragonlord's the highlight of this game for me. Dragonlord's great. Really well done.
Abandoned for a crime he never chose. He's never chosen anything. He begins to think for himself.
It's a second callback to A Dream of Dragons and Magic. It's a really good speech. Updated Wildflower playthrough. I don't remember what that is, but okay. Really like Bojack as the antagonist. Hot and sour soup for lunch. That sounds really good. It's a cool speech, but isn't skippable. Yeah, I would like it to be skippable, but, you know, there's worse things to be unskippable. Installing Back 4 Blood off work Wednesday if you want to play sometime then. Yeah, I could probably make that work. Hit up a couple people, we get some Back 4 Blood shit going. Like on the scene, you aren't even looking at it from the center, like you're actually in an audience. One of the better Lance villain, you know, Jack, but Jack needs to stay dead for his own sake at this point. I agree, and I would argue that Dragonlord is more compelling structurally as a character than Jack. It's just we don't have a franchise-wide attachment to him. Like, Jack has connection to multiple games. Dragonlord he was only ever going to be a one-off, and we all knew that going in. I also think as charismatic as Will Arnett is in this role, like, he's really fucking good. I think that Jack is the best voice acting in gaming, period. The character gets more credit than it deserves, but the performance absolutely deserves the accolades. That's my opinion. Like, a huge part of why people love Jack so much is the performance. He ain't that deep as a character. He's just really fun to listen to.
As the crystal shatters, the entire pyramid begins.
You are remarkably lethal for your size.
Why are you still trying to stop me? I am doing this for all of us trapped in
As far as Lance villains are concerned, top 3, Jack, Nox, and Arnett. Let me think about mine. Do we count Zarpedon? Because Zarpedon was the hero of that game. So, like, I think that's pretty cool. It's a cool dynamic.
She stole that off a fan fiction forum on the EchoNet.
Outside, the soul storm around the top of the pyramid is stronger than ever. The undead crawl across the pyramid like weird, bony cockroaches.
Never played TPS, can't comment on that. Yeah, Zarpedon is just, like, the hero. Like, you're the bad guy in TPS. Just how it is. From your character's perspective, she's a villain, so we counter. Okay, she's probably my top 3. Probably be Dragonlord, Zarpedon, and I guess Jack can go in the other slot. Just because the performance.
Whoops, that's not right. Weird. Actually, the Dragon Lord seems terrified of you destroying the device.
Minions,
protect that device at all costs. Wait,
Borderlands 43 Jack is a fever dream.
why do I care about this stupid thing? Think it's an AC unit.
Started playing Back 4 Blood, game gave me motion sickness at first, but I dialed in visuals and now I'm having fun with it. Ooh, I'm so glad it's working out for you. Hey, J-Bridge.
I'll make this quick.
Talking best bosses? No. Get some help.
Going to take weeks to get the spell out.
Ouch.
Surely
Archimedes, Mara from the Badass Constructor at the end of Heroes Pass. I always do enjoy fighting that constructor, I'm gonna be honest. Heroes Pass mobbing? Real fun.
Arrow storm.
Trying to compensate for the movement and hit a crit spot while being knocked around and trying not to take damage is like really a process.
Smash that thing.
He hates that idea.
You don't know what you're messing with.
Honestly, I honestly appreciate world building more than actual moment-to-moment plots. So Jack being intertwined with the Borderlands universe as a whole and seeing the effects of that across the games kind of makes me appreciate it more. That's totally valid.
Dragon Lord's long lost love.
I think that's a huge part of the effect the character has as well.
It was his motivation the whole time. Plot twist.
Probably the second biggest aspect in my opinion.
Big reveal. Bernadette, I will avenge.
I think my fastest mob was Bloodshot Maya.
No one.
Bloodshot's good mobbing too.
Don't even know a Bernadette. See,
Seriously, mine's probably Scarlet, Eleanor,
puppet.
and Githian, Shadow Trap.
Destroying all of the soul energy you've released into the sword.
I don't really vibe with Scarlet that much, but I suppose I understand academically why people do.
You're too late, Fate Maker. I've absorbed all of the soul energy.
Really, the Maya's my fastest one. Still don't understand. Maya's good at mobbing. She's just got good control when it comes to mobbing. She's got good movement speed. You know, not peak, but good. And just good mob control. It's where Maya shines.
Don't ignore me.
I would fully expect either Maya or Axton to be your fastest mobbing there.
To say to me. It's just you and me down.
Or like Scarlet for the VA work more than the character. See, that I can understand.
Dragon Lord awaits your arrival above. As you crest the top of the pyramid.
Take them down, movie!
You can do this! For you are the Fate Maker!
Fletcher span.
Fight skeletal armies are
Gonna be a long fight. Yeah, it's gonna take a bit. At least Bernadette will go fairly quick, because our main method of dealing damage is, you know, able to access her just like a normal enemy. Bernadette's actually quite weak as far as enemies go. The big problem is just hitting her at all.
Strike true. Mycological warfare.
Also ways to apply slag in the tree, so you don't have to. Yeah, that too. The staggers are nice here. Wow, we got 2 stampedes. That's how you know bad damage. Almost got pushed off there. That'd have been tragic.
Nicely done. Remind me to retreat. What does your kind like for treats and blood? It's blood. They always get mad when I try and take some.
He accidentally kills him with the pistols, run over? No. Barrage is enough suffering that I've allowed myself to, like... I've killed, like, a couple enemies with barrels. Say bad damage, I say normal people damage. I mean, this is with... hyper unrealistic gear in the slots I am allowing myself to use. So, like, normal people wouldn't even have this much damage. Like, this is a very specifically rolled Protagonizer and Amnesia and Shark's Mains. Never skip Stampede's what I mean. I don't usually get 2. I usually only get 1 or 0, depending what build I'm running. Hey Vocal, how you doing? Vocal, this run is so much pain. Regretting some life choices. We're luckily at the end here, but Barrage sucks. Imagine if I'd done this on C100. This is C50. For a reason. I could have had a supporting skill tree for this to make this, you know, better, but I wanted some challenge throughout the run. Unironically, the most challenging part of this run was in the Drowned Abyss, where there was a group of enemies we had trouble running past. Hardest part of the run. Wrath of Nature any good at all anymore? Yes. It's just, it's on a Spore Warden. It's always been its problem.
So that's it.
That is it. So, 313. It took a couple minutes longer than the C100 Hammer Throw run, where I was going slow and goofing around. But it took a full, like, 35 minutes longer than, the Feral Surge run. Which, granted, was at a different Chaos level, but I still maintained that Feral Surge would have done this run much faster, even at C50.
It is a wrenching pain to be alone, but we don't have to be. Not
Lost my 1 life today. No!
I have felt alone.
Other than that, just busy. Hope you're well, though. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Sorry about the 1 life, man.
I'm still part of her story.
Like Dragonlord fight, Handsome Sorcerer, such a banger of battle theme. True. Handsome Sorcerer fight just works out to be like one phase of the Dragonlord fight. Dragonlord definitely better fight, but that Handsome Sorcerer theme, banger.
Instead of me kicking your ass on a pyramid,
What's up for vocal? I got you, Swin. Thank you for amassing the channel points.
You know what? I get it. I earned that. But honestly, I'm a little lost right now. I've never survived past the final battle. What do people do when they're not trying to cloak the world in darkness?
Happens though, still happy with the run. OP10, Tina and Scarlet down. That's a pretty good milestone.
I'm sorry I cut your head off and almost caused the end of the world. We cool? Handshake?
If something sucks doesn't mean you can't clear the game with it. Exactly.
200 years in the castle? That's completely fine. Whatever you think is wise, my queen.
I think Sentinel's still above Dragonlord for me in terms of Land's final bosses. Dragonlord's immediate second. Mechanically, Tyrene's cooler for Fight Clash with the entire game in terms of animations and visuals. Yeah, there's some cool stuff in the Tyrene fight, but ultimately it didn't really land for me either. It doesn't help that I was so just checked out by that point in the game. Necro de Feo is just bloat to me. I just do not enjoy basically the whole game after you beat Troy. I'm just done with it. I'm over it. I want to be done. So yeah. Sentinel is very cool though. I really enjoyed Sentinel for the first time. But yeah, for anyone who didn't see, those are quest rewards I got through the run. Anyone who didn't see the gear at the beginning of the run, I run this. Note that enchantments don't actually change with level, they only visually do, so this is still as effective as it normally is, despite it saying 0% on this. This is what's allowing our mushroom to stay alive a little bit longer. But this pistol is here just for triggering this enchant, because Barrage has a terrible cooldown. Terrible cooldown. It's got a protagonizer, which is just the thing to use for things that are damage source ability that are able to crit. We used one of these on the Pharaoh Surge run, used it on the Barrage run, we'll likely end up using it on the Dire Sacrifice run as well. Smart Armor was here to enforce me actually aiming. No spell? Yeah, no spell, no melee, no other guns. And we had no damage increasing enchants. Smart Armor is here to enforce me actually aiming. The skills are very specific, and the passives are very specific. Now, only the Wrath of Nature points matter here skill-wise, because we're using the enchant to bypass the cooldown. So the other skill is like doesn't matter, but 3 Wrath of Nature is a bit of a specific ask. Ability crit damage, gun Shark's Banes, which are very specific. So, unrealistic gear. This is what I meant. These 4 slots when I said unrealistic gear. And for some people, even getting the reload enchant is hard. So, like, yeah. I must know. You know how Accent has a lot of movement speed? Yes. I don't think I like where this is going, but yes. Really like Pyre of the Stars, favorite mobbing map. Pyre of the Stars mobbing was okay. BO3 Destroyer is just as underwhelming as BO1 Destroyer. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. Also, 1,232 presses of my action skill button in that run. Some of those didn't actually end up being barrages because I went down, or because I was button mashing, but I pressed the action skill button that many times. That went exactly where I thought it was going. Yes, Nightbot says thank you for testing. Really hoping to see more of the bickering from Eat 6 to become something of a one turns against the other betrays the storyline. That would have been cool. Yeah, I agree with that. Sentinel's just like perfection, the area, the enemy design, they all just look so fucking cool. I really enjoyed that as well. I still have that meme build idea that I never actually did of running Deathless Reaper of Bones, so that Reaper would just be 3-second immunity and enchant cycling. Maybe I do that at some point. Ready to connect dot sentinel. Final boss of TPS.
Look at this place. You've been busy, Tina. This cave is almost...
On Barrage every 9.5 seconds. Yeah, and that's only possible because of the enchant. Because Barrage has a cooldown of 30 seconds. You can't see it here, but I'm highlighting 30-second cooldown. Why? Like, why? 30 seconds. It is non-elemental, which severely hurts it. Because it means it can't apply dots naturally. It can't get favorable elemental matchups. Can't be boosted by those skills and gear passes that increase elemental damage. It's a long animation commitment. You need to get close if you want to hit multiple arrows. And its base damage is kind of low. Also requires you to invest heavily into Spore Warden class power, which also limits your desirable armor choices. It's bad. 47 seconds or bust. As it stacks, 3 charges, 30-second cooldown is still incredibly inefficient. You know how Storm Dragon's Judgment, if you recall the hammer immediately, with no investment, has a cooldown of 5 seconds? Why is that and this is this? There's a huge gray area. Rack Attack and charges too? Yeah, Rack Attack and Mantis have charges. But their cooldowns are what, like 18 seconds?
Mind if I sit down?
No, 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 no. Do not sit there. It's, that seat is reserved.
Ah yes, ISP doing the thing.
Look,
Trying to make me get back in Borderlands mobbing? No.
I'm sorry. I hope I didn't ruin bunkers and badasses.
2 barrages away from 1, 2, 3, 4. I got you, Dex.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
ISP. And they could be elemental. Rack Attack is splash. They have more things around them in their game that can boost them. Like, Rack Attack is on a character with actual damage formula.
Do you see all this, Fate Maker? They're cheering for you. You brought back our queen and hope along with her. You have the gratitude of me and
Okay, so
citizens of...
let's set up the save for the next run. Next one I want to do Dire Sacrifice. So let's put together that save. I think I have a Dire Sac save somewhere. I just don't remember what it is. Not that one, is it? Let's see if it's this one. Such a handsome man. Oh, amazing. Absolutely love it. Give Rax freaking grenades. It's not this thing. I guess maybe I don't have one. Okay. Time to make one. Just double checking, don't mind me. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Change this one. Aro. What that sack do? Doing bottom of the action skill barrel cleansing flames is up. I'm actually gonna be doing cleansing flames after dire sack, I think. Okay, let's see. So base class Graveborn. What background do we go with? I used to have the stats for each of the backgrounds memorized, but I forgot. The Barnacle Scraper is max attunement, but do I want, for a dire sack run, do I want more wisdom? Do I want more constitution, or do I want more attunement? Later, soccer. Have a good day at work. Usually like abstract or landscape backgrounds. I hate you. Are you like this? Constitution for sure. Which background gives the most constitution? Okay, I'm just making the gear and stuff for this. Or by the Bunker Master boost it. Okay, I'll apply that and see what that looks like in game. Ring wise, I think we're looking at do we do Demon Blights? Do we get real spicy and just do Dark Magic Demon Blights? That could be fun. Back to the previous topic, Quag, you're not slick, I'm not speedrunner, you can't make me, but I can. And I am. Or Insight Rings. Insight Rings are a play too. Have you tested those against each other, Stone? Any opinions? Not for Dire Sack? Okay. So, I gotta change that from Blight Collar. Can't forget that. Let me do that now. Actually, no, that can wait. And Quag out here working long hours over a hot save editor. It's the real farm. There's even some RNG on whether your edits will save or not. Quag Collar. Thinking. You know, is this where I find justification to use a Greed Warden? Finally? Greed Warden on playthrough, just so I could have that movement speed while my ward's full. I'm just chilling, running around. I know I could just use a peg leg or a pickaxe and get it from actually doing something, but I could be a low effort gamer. And my ISP going crazy. I hate it. It's awful. Always encourage low effort. Amnesia is definitely optimal for damage dealing with Dire Sack, but I could do something more interesting. I don't know, thinking. Like, if we do Warp Paradigm, we might be able to get enough ability damage to make the Dark Hydras also kill things. Could be funny. I like Diamond Gauntlets a lot, actually, because Dark Magic efficiency, Dark Magic damage, and the crit chance as long as I don't move. Could maybe be funny. Yeah, Asuk Mail. Going Blood Bag? No, Blood Bag sucks. Protagonizer, for sure. Miasmic Mail's a play. The thing is, the status chance of Miasmic Mail is kind of wasted because Dire Sacrifice is guaranteed. But it's more used for the status damage anyway, so that's not a deal breaker. Brutal Stampede goes crazy. That is always an option. So what skills do I want? Graveborn Power Primary. Grave Spell gives Ascension. Is Grave Burr? Grave Burr is also Ascension. But it's other good skills too. Yeah, we'll most likely be doing Burr Reaver here for big health bar. Yeah, I'm thinking C100 for this run, just to see how it does. Like, there's gonna be some stuff that's absolutely horrific. Like Bernadette will probably be, I'll let myself use a spell or something. But I kind of want to see how this does C100. What do you think, Jake? The extra Dark Hydras from an armor roll would be pretty interesting in a playthrough setting. What do we think? Brutal Stampede or Diamond Gauntlets? You're leaning at the dot, it'd go Blight and Miasmic and Demon Blights. Did that at C15 is reasonable. That would work. I'm thinking, do I want to lean to the dot or the damage? Let's see. Diamond Gauntlets for the meme. Diamond Gauntlets unironically quite good. Just I would have to stay still when doing my dire sack, and that's a little less flashy. The only thing. How far down this skill tree do I go? I have the old ways, so I'm not super pressed to feel like I need to use Insight Rings. Definitely at least go this far. Do I do more in the Burr tree, though? Probably. We'll take Dread Covenant, Ascension. I'm kind of at a loss for what to spec. Cold Snap move speed makes sense. And if we have Cold Snap and Burr class feat, then like Icebreaker also makes sense. I guess Blood Frenzy to keep my Enrage going between activations is also good. AoE damage from Ancient Fury. But like, do I want Burr Capstone? Yeah. Well, the Fallen? Yeah. I'm measuring these versus each other. I don't think I'm going to be casting spells often. I might go no spell again. I don't know, we'll see. I think I like Blood of the Fallen here. Second Blood Frenzy? Yeah. Hey, Perik, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Worms doesn't fit the challenge, I don't think. Yeah. How'd stream go? What'd you get up to? We are setting up for the next challenge run for tomorrow, so I'm just putting together the save. I like doing it this way. Like I boot up stream, I do a run, and we chit chat, decompress, and set up for the next stream's one. We finished a Barrage only playthrough on Chaos 50, and it was pain. Took 3 hours and 15 minutes ish. And Barrage sucks. I hate Barrage. It's a terrible action skill. We're gearing up for a Dire Sacrifice one, which I think will be fun. There's only 2 Constitution from this one. Drawing some wrestling emojis, had fun combos. I had a big theory about Wonderlands. Ooh, what's that? This is a Grave Spell, Brutal Stampede. I would want... It's always going to have Pet Class Primary. Let's just go Grave Spore one, right? Brave Burr is an option for boosting Enrage. And I get a little more HP that way. Like, Grave Spore gets me the extra Hydras. Talk about why people hate the endgame despite variety, and through discussion about what versatility means for Borderlands players, made analogy made sense for those who dislike Chaos Chambers. I like where this is going. I want this Brutal Stampede with different rolls. So copy this one. Wonderlands is like a big juicy burger. Burger with all your love, but so big, so huge you can't take a bite, so overwhelming despite the goods. Rather not eat it. It's Chaos Chamber. I get it. Cats really want to be at my desk today. You've been eating too much food. I know you want more food, but you're not getting a refill till I'm done streaming. Now imagine you get the same stuff served on a platter, meat, veggies, salad, bun on the side. You take small bites. Or feel like at that point it's something easier to take in. Yeah, that definitely does hit the nail on the head, because as a singular entity, Chaos Chamber contains more than any other land's activity. And it has multiple other activities like contained within it, but it's one entity and people like having some separation. Yeah. That's a pretty good analogy. Okay, see, what do I have on this? Brutal Stampede can get ability damage, crit chance, crit damage, gun damage, melee damage, spell damage. So I should go crit chance, ability damage? Yeah. That being said, I'm starving. Talking about burgers for 3 hours. Relatable. I'm so hungry too, and I don't know what I'm gonna eat. I don't really have food in the house. That is a really good analogy. I'll have to use that. So we go with ward capacity on this, because on armor defense. What else do we take? Movement speed, area damage. Yeah. Ward capacity, cluster 2, movement speed, cluster 1, area damage, cluster 6. Eric's Wonder Burger theory. Amazing. Okay, we got that. Protagonizer needs to be Greatborn Power. Do I go cooldown on the Protagonizer? Honestly, because of Faithful Thralls, I don't think I need global on it. Yeah, I think that makes sense here. We'll go cooldown there.
Every single one of these is indispensable.
So I know first days of work would be remote, so I don't have to travel and stuff. Keep taking the W's. Love to hear it. Truly. That's awesome. Super stoked for you. Demon Blight. I'm sure this is a boring part of the stream for some of you, but for others, I do like showing how I go about putting together these runs. So, yeah, just because I think Demon Blight would be interesting here. Dark Duration, Cryo Chance, Cryo Duration. I can see the thought process. Yeah, it's a huge part of what makes this tick. Did you go to the last run file and stream? I did. Nice to listen to. I'm glad you think so. So biggest capacity ward is between Master Rune Static Charge and Maced Wardew. It's been a minute, so I don't remember which. Was it the Static Charge? I feel like it was the Static Charge. Turtle Static Charge. Hey Dex, thanks for taking care of Pollination. I appreciate it. Pollination, you enjoy the perks and stuff as per usual. So that's the rings, amulet, armor taken care of. What enchant am I gonna run on the ward?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I guess just 2020? Not the year. The action skill start. I guess. Alright, let's save that. Let's see how this looks in game. Still putting together pieces. Oh, there goes the bitrate again. Thank you, ISP. So cool. so double cooldown roll on this. Greyborn Power, Ascended, Dark Magic, Protagonizer. Brutal Stampede, we want this one. Dark Magic Duration. Dark Magic Duration. Now, not having Amnesia means that I'll have a little less uptime on like the effectiveness increase of Demon Blight, but it's fine. I didn't grab a spell. Change backgrounds to Apprentice Barnacle Scraper, because big attunement. Doesn't reduce our Wisdom or Constitution at all. So I think we'll stick with that. I think I missed the Feral Surge run. Gonna have to watch that one. The Feral Surge run was very enjoyable. It was also the fastest of the runs we've done so far. It was 2 hours, 30-something minutes. It was really fun. It was good. I might revisit that one on a higher chaos. Okay, so as you can see, we got some juicy numbers here. 30k HP. 18k wards. That's good. There's YouTube for it. Thank you, Swin. Thinking. Do I just go no spell? I have melee weapon here because I figured an ancient rage handle be good for getting my cooldown back. Put it to like level 1. Yeah, and we could do no guns. So I like that. Let's take this rage handle. We will make it non-chaotic. Level 1. Not me accidentally starting the timer again. Ancient is Hilt 3. I guess we'll put the status duration on the action skill end on that, because that'd be funny. Do I do anything with the spell slot for this run? Because I'm not using Theurge. I think I still just keep it empty. That leaves me down 1 enchant, but that's fine. Yeah, I think I'd just leave that empty. Okay, now the part where we figure out what chaos level this can, like, do. Ancient pickaxe so that gold speeds up your cooldowns. That's an option. I already have some cooldown from this, though. Addicted to Quag, you know the rules, and so do I.
Enter if you dare.
Step into this and see how it mobs.
But seriously, you should dare.
Maybe a sigil. I don't want to make it easy on myself. We did no spell for Barrage because a sigil would have made the run significantly easier. Okay, so that's able to kill. It will just take a while. So we want to be in a place where it's challenging but not tedious. So this falls into the category of tedious, as it stands right now. Not a lot of damage. It is. Keep in mind this is Chaos 100 we're on right now. J-Bridge. Chaos 100, we're down an enchant slot. A lot of our power comes from having multiple companions. I guess that means if we run a spell, could run like a Frostburn? Start at 200? Yeah, we're gonna work our way down. Okay. Yeah, Pollination said Sigil, and then I was thinking about Companions, so Frostburn. We'll cover that. Level 1 Luring Ultimate Blast with repeating cast. It's a long time commitment. And Frostburn with 2 charges just gives you the Hydra cap anyway. Go with that. Let's go down to C75. Tell me this game has difficulty scaling content. Thought it played C100 all the time. Also, my counter for Barrage has been going up because I've been in Dire Sack more. Oops. There's the Frostburn. Cooldown, spell charge.
Think you can make it?
Sack count. The playthrough will be tomorrow. This is me setting it up. That's a 680k hit. You like this? This is killing things. 75 is also a good number for people to wrap their heads around, because that's where Primordial gets phased out. But, let's see, bosses. Let's try 50. I like the premise of these runs, nicely done. Thank you, I'm glad you enjoyed them. It's a way to keep things fresh, and it also serves as a good reference point when talking action skill balance and overall class balance. Good resource. This feels a little bit better. Yeah, it didn't outright one-shot the mini-boss, but the dot ended up killing them. The big thing here is I'm very tanky, so I'm not really in danger often. I don't know how to keep difficulty intact with that. I guess doing non-Bereaver would be the way. Like doing, Stabo or Blight secondary would make me squishier. C75 is good balance for challenge run. It is, but like, look how slow the bosses still are on C50 when I'm not allowing myself to use guns. Like, if my damage is gonna be just Dire Sacrifice. Like, this is Banshee. You know how long Dragon Lord is gonna take? Not even sure how this does versus Wastard as well. Like, can I do that? Or do I need to allow myself to throw a Furior at the bird? Like, this is the kind of testing that goes into these runs before I do them. Maybe... Maybe I change this up. Instead of static charge, gives the most health. Kinetic friction, right? And it was Blood of the Fallen. Blood of the Fallen makes the mobbing really nice. I think maybe I just accept that the bossing is going to be really, really tedious. How does body rune work out in this? Because, like, I would get the health back, meaning my next one would be closer to full power without me having to cast a spell. And, get the bonus element. How does body rune work out here? Curious. Hey, Jackaboy. Been a while. Good to see you. A lot of love with Borderlands games early last year. Wondering how you've been, what's changed. I've been okay. I've been playing lots of stuff. I don't only play Lands games. I spent a long time doing that Dragon Age series playthrough. That was how many streams did that end up being? 30? Yeah, get that change of pace where you need it. Okay, having like that refund from Blood of the Fallen is so cool. That's really neat. I like that a lot. Like, the bossing sucks. But it's cool. Rule of cool. I'm not saying you play Dragon Age, so I don't have to. Okay, here's what I'll try. We're gonna go with this version for fun and flavor, because this lets us use Dire Sack, like, really often. I think C50 is an appropriate, place HP-wise. I could also drop from Intense, but I've done all the other ones on Intense, so I like to stay there. Your skin looks so transparent with the sky in the background. We'll click that. It's interesting not all the showcases are created equal, but you don't want it to be a chore or not fun to watch play. Exactly, exactly. Like, as much of a slog as the Barrage run was for me, we did structure it in a way that it was challenging, yielded some unexpected results, but ultimately didn't take too long. So that's the key balance we're trying to strike here. So I swapped the cryo chance on the demon blights to fire duration to accommodate the body rune. Frostburn's good at it, as is. Rage Handle's good as is. See how this plays out. Standard difficulty in Dragon Age is friendly to not having to sweat that stuff. Just me being a Dragon Age enthusiast, I get it. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, it would not be reflective of the stuff I was doing. I was doing Nightmare with a lot of additional difficulty when it came to Inquisition.
But seriously, you should dare.
Not reflective of the core gameplay. But yeah, if it's not for you, it's not for you. Use more ability damage in the setup, I guess, but we have some from that. Doing Stabo here could... Maybe I give Stabo a try as well. We could do Contagion stuff. And we don't get the Blood of the Fallen tech. Yeah, yeah. Definitely some satisfying amounts of Dire Sack spam. Okay. Yeah, I think that puts us in a good position. There's also other options of a protagonizer we could use here. Like, Harbinger is going to give us more raw damage, but we don't need the shield restoration, ward restoration. We also lose one of the cooldown passives. Bloodbag doesn't really give enough health to be relevant. I guess there's Slip and Stun for Zip Zip, but no, I like this. Okay. My tummy hurts. So I'm gonna call it here. But yeah, we got the challenge run done. We're set up for the next one. Tomorrow will be Dire Sack. Your words going down to Worst Curse or whatever, Blight? No. Not for this kind of thing. I mean, I would take it if I was doing Spirit Swarm stuff, but I like Blood of the Fallen for this. Who's live? Lazy's playing more Elden Ring? Cool. Let's head over there. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I will see you tomorrow for even more of the stuff and the thing and the stuff. Okay, bye.